Welcome to a special edition of Hoops and Helmets. I almost called it Gridiron Address there. Carson, my apologies,
Aaron.
but this is not your regularly scheduled programming. Obviously, it's draft night. It's kicking off here in about 15 minutes. I'm super excited for tonight. This is going to be a great show. As you can see, I've already got 4 people on with me, and more will be coming in as we get further on into the draft. But introducing him first, Luke, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit since this is your first time on. My good friend Luke, a Cowboys fan, he'll be one of 2 on the show. I don't know how we ended up with more Cowboys fans than anything else, but
that's where we landed.
Baby. And Luke, how are you doing tonight?
Doing pretty good. I'm excited to see who the Cowboys will pick. I think I have a few ideas who we'll go with, but it's always Jerry Jones's show, so you never know.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, you're going to get Gray Zabel, and you're going to like it. And next up, we got Cody Johnson, co-host of Drew Code Sports Talk. He's been on the show a couple times before. Cody, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I appreciate the invite. I'm very excited to do this. I know it's been something that we've been talking about leading up to today, and it's finally here. It's kind of like a version of Christmas, and now we get to see what our team's futures look like for the next 5 years minimum. So I'm excited.
And I should have said been on the channel a couple times, not the show again. It's football related, so I got to get out of the gridiron address mindset. And Jason, he's got 3 from deep. He had sideline savants. That's going to be coming up. He's going to be bringing the fantasy football analysis for tonight. Jason, how are you doing? We cannot hear you.
I get to turn my mic on here. That's how excited I am, man. I can't even take it. So super excited to be here, man. I appreciate being on here with all you guys. Yes, this is probably one of the greatest evenings we can have here, especially this early in the football season. But great time. Pumped, dude. Super pumped.
It definitely feels like first round of the NFL draft should be treated as a national holiday. That's just my opinion. And last but certainly not least, it is my co-host of Hoops and Helmets, Carson Williams. Carson, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. I didn't know if you were going to give me an introduction, Aaron. You haven't been doing that the last few shows. I noticed the last couple I've watched, we jump right in, which I love. I'm all about the sports talk, but I'm doing good. I'm just grateful that the NFL draft falls on a Thursday where it's kind of hoops and helmets territory, you know? So you are absolutely right. It feels like a national holiday, and I'm ready to party.
Without a doubt, it's going to be a great time, and we got some time to kill before the draft actually kicks off. So we're going to touch on some potential trade scenarios. It's been heavily rumored the last few days that the Browns and Giants could potentially be moving out of the top 3, and we got a Giants fan on right now. Jason, how would you feel about your team moving out of 3rd overall?
I don't know. I've been thinking about that, and I love it and I hate it. I love it because if we can get some heavy extra draft capital, move back not too far, I can see that being great for the team, but I hate it because right now I'm hoping they stick at 3 and take Abdul Carter. Generational talent. I would hate to give that up. I know teams want to move up, with we got some quarterback, drama going on there. I know there's a running back out there that a lot of guys want, but man, I would love to get Abdul Carter in a New York Giants uniform. We haven't had anybody like that since, Lawrence Taylor, Michael Strahan. We are missing, fear on the defense. Yes, our offense needs some work. Yes, I'm a little worried about our QB room right now. But Abdul Carter, I think, on the New York Giants would be phenomenal. So, but if they can get a haul for someone to want to move up as a fan, it would hurt. But at the same time, I get it. I understand. Like you would want another pick. Maybe you get an extra second. Maybe you get some picks next year too. So I get why they would do it. Just don't do it, guys. I really want to see us hit a home run. We hit one last year with Malik Neighbors, who is a phenomenal talent. Now let's hit another home run here on the defensive side of the ball, please.
And Luke, I'll throw this to you next. Sorry to cut you off there, but Luke, you're obviously the fan of a rival team. What would you think about the Giants trading down
Yeah.
or likely missing on an Abdul Carter?
I kind of like Jason. I can go either way. It's a coin flip. If they stay there and they pick Abdul Carter, it's going to hurt, especially with the current state of the Cowboys O line. We don't need playmakers going up against us. But at the same time, if they trade down and get a lot of draft capital, that would also hurt because I do think, and Jason, I don't know, you might agree with me that the Giants have quite a few holes in their roster that having more picks available to them might help fill. Kind of like with the Cowboys, I wouldn't mind us trading out of 12. But so coin flip either way. If anything good happens to the Giants, I don't like it. So.
And Cody, what were you gonna say earlier?
I honestly, what I was going to say was I think the Giants should hold tight if they can get Abdul Carter. I think it would actually be really cool to get an Abdul Carter from Penn State to be able to compete 2 times out of the year against, Micah Parsons in Cowboys on the Cowboys team, also from Penn State. I think that'd be a very interesting rivalry to continue the depth. I think there's no question here that the Giants need to add more. We'll see how they do in this draft. They did pick up some studs in the last couple of drafts, so we'll see if they can continue to do that. And, I know Jason's still sore about Saquon, which I wouldn't blame him. So he definitely needs the Giants to hit a home run today, so that way we can get on the other side of potentially, losing the season and being in a very competitive NFC East division for sure.
And that's why is right now, man, you're staring up at the Eagles. You're staring up at the Commanders. You got to do something to start competing in the NFC East, or you're going to get left behind because these two teams just keep getting better and better. And Eagles coming off a Super Bowl championship. Jaden Daniels looking like an absolute stud. So if you put Abdul Carter on that defensive line, you can at least go after, Jalen Hurts. You can at least go after, Daniels, and really bring some fear into the NFC East and back into NFC East, because you got to do something, man. If not, you're going to be the bottom of the barrel, and I do not want to be down there. I do not want to be with the Cowboys. Let them be down there by themselves.
Jason, if the Packers gave you Jair Alexander, a third, and a fourth, would you trade for that for the pick?
I think
because as a Packers fan, I would love to get. I mean, that's the biggest hole on the Packers roster is D linemen, so, and especially edge. So
I would still say no. I still think Abdul Carter is so much more than that. This draft is deep enough on other pieces that you can get as far as offensive line, as far as corner and safety and some of the other positions. I think we're deep. The draft is deep enough where you can find some value out there. You're not going to find an Abdul Carter. You're not going to find a Hunter. So, I mean, those two guys right there are needle movers. They are going to sell jerseys. They're going to move the needle. They're going to instantly improve your team, because now everybody in that locker room that's sitting here watching this draft sees you pick a player like that. They're instantly going to get pumped up and be like, damn, we just got that much better. Let's go. So it's hard. There's not a lot of draft picks and stuff that you can send somebody to get rid of that emotion.
And Carson, I don't think that trade happens without the Giants getting the Packers first.
Yeah, I know. I kind of didn't want to give that up, but what about like maybe Jair, the first and a fourth?
I still think you would need to throw
more.
2 or 3 in there.
You need more. You got to have more. You want them to give up Lawrence Taylor. You want them to give up, Micah Parsons. Like, how can you do that?
The Giants might do that if you throw Jordan Love in that deal.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, you throw Love in there. That's a whole other story.
That'd have to be mine now. It'd be Love. It'd be just Love for the pick straight up, or we'd have to get a little more back even.
No, Love was hurt last year. He's already damaged goods.
Come
Mm.
on.
Already damaged goods.
That's a stretch.
Have a healthy
Oh
year,
my
and then we'll talk.
gosh. That's have a
Plus,
healthy.
they're drafting Jackson Dart. I got my little
That's
Eli
Ooh.
Manning, Ole Miss here. They're gonna move back up into the first round, anyways, at some point in time.
it's
Giants
just
fan.
too.
Jason, watch out for
Giants
throwing
fan
out
talking
that
about
that damaged good
games.
remarks. I mean, you guys don't have a quarterback, and you guys just signed Jameis Winston and
And
Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
So don't
that
throw
We
stones from
got
glass
three.
house.
Look at we got three stud muffin
Unlimited.
quarterbacks. We got Tommy Cutlets. We got Russ cooking, and we got crab legs. Dude, we eating. New
Yeah.
York Giants. We
I
eating in
don't-
the quarterback room, baby.
I
We
don't
ain't
want
worried
any of
about it.
that.
Yeah.
I'll pass
Jameis
on
can't
that.
even see. How does he know what he's cooking?
Hey, he got LASIK. He can see now.
He's good. All good.
But moving on, let's hit on where we think some of these top prospects are going to fall in the draft. We're going to kick it off with the number one player on my big board in Abdul Carter. Personally, I feel like he's probably going to go second or third overall. I feel like a team could move up to second for him, but realistically, I do believe that the Giants are going to be that team. I don't think they move out of that, but Cody, where do you think Carter's going to land at?
If he falls in like outside the top 3, it'll be amazing. I think if he winds up at 4 to the Patriots, I think someone did their evaluations wrong, because like what we just been talking about, if it wasn't for Travis Hunter, there's a strong possibility that Carter should have been the second overall pick. And I've even seen some mock drafts where some say that Abdul should go number 1 and then Cam 2. So I think that's why this is so interesting, is because Abdul Carter has such a high upside, and he's almost like the most surefire thing that if he falls to the Patriots at 4, teams 1 through 3 ruined it for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no way he falls. I mean, you can't do that. That's
No. If
No.
he's at 3, I feel like there would almost be a mad dash to trade for that pick. Luke,
Who
where's
would
Carter
you
going to land?
possibly take?
I think the Giants already have Carter stenciled in, ready to run that to the front desk. I think they were already talking about it on the broadcast. Cam Ward probably getting a plane to Nashville tonight. And then I think if you're the Browns, you have so many holes on your team. You have a generational two-way player in Travis Hunter that could be. This might be a bit hyperbole, but could be like the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL. Playing pitcher, playing hitter. I don't think you pass on that if you're the Browns, and then that leads into the Giants.
And Carson, do you think Carter falls outside of the top 3, or do you agree with Luke in that the Giants have him penciled in and they're going to be running to the podium?
Well, I don't think there's any way he falls out of the top 3. I mean, I just couldn't imagine who you would take over him after Ward and Hunter. And really, both of those two, I think, are just for fit reasons. I agree, Aaron. He would be my number 1 player on my big board. But if I was the Browns, I would take him at 2. Could you imagine being an opposing offensive line?
I didn't want to hear that.
Being an opposing quarterback and seeing Myles Garrett and Abdul Carter lining up against you, and then at cornerbacks you got Denzel Ward and just that cornerback room. I mean, that would be terrifying. The things that they could do on that defense would, I mean, really just be demoralizing for any offense you would play. They'd probably have the best defense in the entire league. So if I were the Browns, I would take him at 2.
Carson, I love that shout. That would be a terrifying defensive line to go up against. Jason, do you think the Giants take Carter, or does a team leapfrog them to 2 and draft him there?
I still think they take Carter. I think he fits a little bit better. Even Tempe thinks so too. So I don't think, and nobody else really fits. In this draft, if you look at a lot of the players and if you look at what the Giants need, there's not a lot of no-brainers. This is a no-brainer pick, period. There's no, let me think about it. Oh, maybe he's this, maybe he's that. There's no character flaws. There's no flaws in his game. You got to take him. The only way you don't is if he's not there. I don't see Cleveland taking him. I see Cleveland taking Hunter because he's still probably one of the best players in this draft. Although Cleveland, I don't know, they can't really handle a player that plays one way. I don't know what they're going to do with a guy that plays two ways. So, I mean, they can't really coach that well as it is, but that's a whole nother story. But I just, you can't pass up on this guy. Don't do it.
Without a doubt.
What would Cleveland even do with him? Like, I know they already said that they view him as a wide receiver, but they don't really have anybody to throw him the ball, and you don't really need more cornerbacks. So, I just think that was
Pickett.
Yeah. Oh wow. Oh my. The new duo of the league. Everybody, Kenny Pickett and Travis Hunter. Oh my God.
I think, in my opinion, it goes back to what I said with the Shohei Ohtani comparison. It's not only about being able to play offense and defense. That's a guy that you bring him into Cleveland. It's a team where you've had a little bit of success in the past, but for the most part, since the turn of the 20th century, it's been rough. You know, you're bringing in a guy who maybe it might be hyperbole comparison, but LeBron going through the Cavaliers. That's a guy that all of Cleveland can kind of rally behind. He's got a brand. People across the country know who he is. So I think that's something that they have to consider.
Without a doubt, and obviously draft could be starting any second now. Jose's ready for it. I'm definitely ready for it. Carson, Gorilla Toes is back. He likes your couch.
Thank you very much.
But let's talk about Ashton Genty. The Bears are currently the favorite team to take him. They're not picking until 10, with the Giants and the Browns willing to trade back. Could we see a team like the Bears leapfrog the Raiders, the Jags, to take a player like Genty, Cody? Obviously, your Raiders are another team that's pretty likely to take Ashton Genty. Where do you think he's going to fall?
Yeah.
It will probably take something for the Bears to have to trade within the top 5. I mean, they're really going to have to do a banger of a deal with the Jags, maybe even potentially the Patriots, depending on how high they really want to ensure that they get Genty. Honestly, they probably could reach out to the Raiders and see if it's possible to just trade in that particular spot if Jacksonville doesn't feel like taking Genty. I just feel like Jacksonville needs more than just the most premier running back in this draft. I feel like they need a lot more help. So to go to Genty at 5 is a little rich, but I mean, if the Bears feel like that they're a Genty away from being competitive in the NFC North, they could probably just switch spots with the Raiders, throw an extra second-day pick at the Raiders, and then I'm sure the Raiders will do that because it sounds like with certain reports for the Raiders, they're more looking at offensive line or maybe even defensive player now that Genty is kind of being rumored to go pretty higher than 6. So I'm sure maybe that the Raiders are looking to maybe get an extra asset and not stay at that 6th pick, depending on who's fallen to them.
Now, how would you feel? I saw something earlier today that the Raiders could look at McMillan because he has a similar kind of building style to DK Metcalf, which Pete Carroll and Geno Smith had in Seattle. So, if Genty gets picked before then, would you be fine taking Ted McMillan?
I think that there's enough receiver depth to where we don't need to spend our first-round pick on McMillan. I think we should probably go with cornerback. If Will Johnson's there, I like him. I think that would be a smart one. I wouldn't even be upset if we went after Mimbu or the guard out of Florida. I think that would be a pretty good pick as well. I think that there's other things that the Raiders could do besides going for a receiver. And don't get me wrong, like if McMillan was that type of receiver, I would say, yeah, go for it. There's some questionabilities on whether or not he's committed to even studying the game, which I think is crashing his stock market a little bit, so to speak. So I think in day 2, there's still quality of wide receivers that the Raiders can find. And I trust Pete Carroll will find them because he's very good about finding, quality players later on in the draft.
Without a doubt. Goodell getting booed already. He rolled out on a bicycle. I don't fully understand that. That's a little bit strange, but
yeah. NFL selling bikes now. They got Lil Wayne out there too, so he always gets booed. He always gets booed.
I mean,
He loves it.
deserves it. He plays into it now at this point, so I respect him for that. He embraces the fact
Very
that
true.
he's kind of a villain, so props to him for that. But obviously Titans are fixing to officially be on the clock here, and I do want to touch on one more player that I've seen fall really, really far in a lot of NFL analyst mock drafts. Daniel Jeremiah had Will Johnson out of Michigan, not even in the first round. My number 2 cornerback in this draft. I'm really surprised to see people that low on him. Yes, he dealt with an injury last year. Prior to that, he was just phenomenal. He was a key piece of that national championship Michigan defense. He has great ball skills. He's great in coverage. The 2 knocks on him are he has some shorter than average arms, and he's coming off of an injury. To me, that's not enough to bump him from the first round. Carson, what are your thoughts on Will Johnson potentially falling in this draft?
I hope he falls to number 23, where the Packers can pick him up. He is one of the players that I really want. The 2 biggest holes on the Packers to me, especially with us not knowing really what's happening with Jair. I want to get a cornerback or I want to get an edge or just a defensive interior lineman. And Will Johnson looks like he could fall to us. I would love that. Him or Kenneth Grant, also from Michigan, are the 2 guys who I really want the most. I think it would be crazy to let him fall to the second round. He does have those injury issues, like you said, but when he is on the field, he is so freaking good. I think it would be insane to let him fall that far. So yeah, I mean, drop to the Packers, drop to 23, and
Carson,
and
I got a
Rudy will
question for
pick
you
you
when
up
you're done.
immediately. What's
Carson,
up,
I got a question for you. Would you go defense first round, or should you guys go for a receiver for your first round pick? Because it looked like your guys' offense needed another like receiver to really continue moving that ball down the field. It felt like that with the injuries, they just weren't really moving it. So do you think that maybe a receiver is a little bit more of a need in your first round than your second than defense?
I would rather go defense first. I'm just kind of that guy. I think the trenches are the most important area on the field other than the quarterback. So I would go defense first. And I think the receiver issues were a little overblown in Green Bay. Yes, we had our injuries, but I still really like Jaden Reed. I love Dontavian Wicks. He had a really down year. I think he's about to have a breakout season, really. I think he's going to follow like Devontae Adams' career path. And I mean, maybe he probably won't be as good as Devontae Adams, but this is kind of what he looked like at the beginning of his career. And then he broke out. He broke out in his 3rd year. So I am not too worried about the receiver room. I would probably take a receiver in the 2nd or the 3rd round.
And on that note, Titans officially on the clock. Sorry to cut you off there. This seems like a pretty obvious pick. It's got to be Cam Ward. I don't think they're going to subject that fan base to another year of Mayo Man Will Levis. I think that would be a terrible move. The fan base would be angry. I do think there are much better prospects available, but the Titans are just that desperate for a quarterback that Ward feels like the obvious pick here. But Jason, let's get your thoughts on this first overall pick for Tennessee.
Yeah, again, no brainer. You take Cam Ward. He's the number 1 quarterback in this draft. He's the one that's closest to being NFL ready. He's got a lot of the tools. And right now, Tennessee needs that splash. They are a struggling fan base. You let Derrick Henry go. You don't really have anybody else. You let A.J. Brown go, a few years ago. Now he just won a Super Bowl. So they are starving for something in Tennessee right now. And it starts at the quarterback position. That's what sells tickets. And they got to put somebody's face on the program. And Cam Ward fits the bill right now. There's nobody really else in this draft that I would put ahead of him quarterback-wise that is not a project. I think because Tennessee's going to throw him out there week 1. I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think he goes in there as a starting quarterback unless something dramatic happens. So he's the one that you can throw out there, be a number 1 as a number 1, and and roll with it.
Yeah, it's an incredibly obvious pick. Carson. Apparently, Schefter reported that the Giants tried to trade up 2-1 in order to select Cam Ward. Jason, I know I just asked you a question, but I got to get your thoughts on that.
Sometimes you wonder if those things are really true. I don't know how sold they would have been on Cam Ward. I think they would have made a little more of an effort, and if they really wanted Cam Ward, if they didn't have the quarterback room they have now, if they didn't sign Russell Wilson, if they didn't have Jameis Winston, you have some good draft prospects in the second and third rounds. So, I mean, this is a pretty deep quarterback class. I just, they probably were asking the question, hey, if we moved up to 1, go get Cam Ward. A lot of these GMs, who knows what they're thinking and why they would do that. I kind of take it as, look, we're just fishing. We're going to see if they bite. If they do say, okay, yeah, you guys can have it, then, hey, yeah, you get the number 1 overall pick. Maybe you do go out and get Cam Ward, or maybe you turn around and flip that pick to somebody else. So that was interesting to hear. I don't know how much stock I put into it, because you're always going to hear these kind of rumors floating around this time of year. A lot of it to me is GMs driving up draft prices here. They know how to play the game. They know how to spread the rumor mill in the GMs and in the hot rooms, in the war rooms. So I kind of would have hated the pick, because I think I like Cam Ward. I just don't see him as a New York Football Giant.
And the reported offer was the 3rd overall pick from this year and a first-round pick for next year. Jason, was that too steep for you, or would you have been all right with that type of move?
I mean, again, to me, steep. If this was a Peyton Manning, if this was guys, this is, the Arch Manning, everybody's going to tank for Arch next year kind of deal. If Cam Ward was Abdul Carter, then yes, you trade away what you got to do. If they're willing to give that up, then yes, you go get it. But I thought that to me is a little bit of a heavy price for Cam Ward. He's had one halfway decent season with the Miami Hurricanes, and I think he's going to be a good quarterback prospect. Just, to kill yourself with draft capital and to kind of get into next year, I think that's a little heavy.
Without a doubt. And the pick is in. I mean, we just talked about it. There's no shot it's going to be Cam Ward. They're not going to be Cam Ward. He's on the TV right now, but I mean, Cody, this feels like a no-brainer. What would you have thought about the Giants moving up?
Well, honestly, it would have felt like that the Giants were actually trying to turn around a couple of the things that they did poorly last season, which is, re-signing Daniel Jones rather than Saquon. Obviously, what they really need is a quarterback behind or in that, on that team to turn around that franchise. Because really, I mean, yes, you brought in some good veteran talent that might be able to help them overachieve, but clearly what they need is a young player who's going to be able to come in there day one, like what Jason said, and hopefully turn it around. Now, if the Giants were willing to give up this pick and also next year's first round pick, which might be a top 5, I can see why maybe some Giants fans may not like that. But again, though, if you can get a quarterback like Cam Ward and maybe he turns your franchise around to where you're now competitive in the East, like we talked about, or in the NFC, maybe it's worth it. But again, next year's draft class, you might have a shot at Archie Manning or some of the other quarterbacks that are rumored to have better quality talent than what this current draft has to offer. And also, too, who knows what the Giants go fishing for later on in the draft. Maybe there's a quarterback that they like a lot and is surprising. So the fact that the Giants couldn't get it done just says that Tennessee wanted the quarterback more, because ultimately Tennessee makes the decisions.
Without a doubt. Goodell's at the podium. It's about to be official. I can't say anybody's surprised with this. This has been one of the more obvious picks in the entire draft. Also a reported trade, team moving up to second, but yeah, pick is official. Titans take Cam Ward first overall in the draft. Jason, real quick, let's get a fantasy football outlook for Cam Ward in year one with Tennessee.
Well, he's definitely going to be high on the radar, especially if you have a dynasty league in a couple of different dynasty leagues. So he's definitely somebody that is going to be a top draft pick on a lot of people's fantasy teams. He's going to get the ball. He's going to start. He's got talent. There's nobody really else on that team. You could probably look for anywhere between 15 to 17 points per game. I think they've projected him to be about 250 plus points for the year, maybe over that, maybe under that. But I think he's going to be that nice. Hey, if you need a backup quarterback, if you need somebody on your bench, if you're standard fantasy football, because right now the quarterback room in fantasy football drops off the map about the fourth or fifth guy, in the boards. Now you start looking for value. So you may have somebody out there that may not take him and want some value at the quarterback position and somebody that's going to be playing. Go ahead and get yourself Cam Ward.
Jacksonville Jaguars trade up with the Cleveland Browns. They are now on the clock, and he's been backstage for a little bit. I'm bringing him on now. It's Michael Davis. Michael, I'm not sure what the trade was exactly, but what do you think the Jags are doing here?
Real quick, I have the exact trade in front of me, so I'll just – I did. Where did it go? Never mind, guys. I'm so sorry. I literally had it in front of me. And
I can read it off.
Leave it to Carson to steal my thunder. I mean, come on. But no, this is pretty shocking. I heard that the Jaguars were interested in Ashton Genty. Maybe they were afraid somebody else was going to trade above them to go get him. Obviously, the New York Giants just missed out on Saquon Barkley. I thought the Giants would be a sleeper for Ashton Genty, but I feel like you have to trade up. You're going to have to go after a guy who will make a difference on your team on both sides of the football, and that's Travis Hunter.
Yep.
Wow. Do you think they moved up to get Hunter?
I think they moved up.
I agree.
Hunter.
Wow.
I think so too.
I hope so, because I do not want to see Genty go to the Jacksonville Jaguars. That hurts his fantasy stock. Hurts his fantasy stock.
Two of their biggest needs are both wide receiver and cornerback. It makes a lot of sense. Get a guy Trevor Lawrence can throw to and someone to help out on their defense.
Without a doubt. This is shocking. It does feel like it has to be Hunter. Sean's saying they have to go after him if they moved up for this. I am definitely inclined to agree. Mouthing off with Mike, Trevor Lawrence, get ready for the unemployment line. I don't disagree there. I'm a little surprised, but Genty at 2 as a player, I wouldn't hate it. Jacksonville had a atrocious secondary, the worst pass defense.
The thing to me is, I think if they're going Genty, I think they could have got him at 5. Because I don't think the Giants are going to trade out, because now they got pretty much Abdul Carter locked in. The Patriots, I feel like, are kind of penciled in for O-line. So this, to me, has to be Travis Hunter. I feel like they could have gotten Genty at 5.
If they take Travis Hunter, is he playing cornerback or is he playing wide receiver? Because, like you said, the Jaguars' pass defense was absolutely atrocious. But also, Trevor Lawrence with Travis Hunter as a receiver could be pretty sweet.
Without a doubt. Browns will Brown. The Browns did get the 5th overall, a 2026 first, and a 2nd and 4th round pick for this year.
They got a first too. Ooh.
Oh yeah,
they got next year's
that's
first.
a good haul.
Ooh, that's a haul. Yeah. They better take Hunter.
I mean,
I don't think Genty's worth that.
It sucks to lose out on Hunter if you're the Browns, but at the same time, getting a 2nd, a 4th this year and a 1st next year definitely helps.
And the pick is officially in. Only matter of time until Goodell walks across again. Browns are going to be the Browns, but that is a good haul. I don't dislike that trade for Cleveland whatsoever. They're still going to get a phenomenal player at 5th overall in this draft. Digging out their brown bags out of the attic. Once in a generation player he just passed on. I don't disagree with him. Hunter would have brought a lot of excitement to a fan base that has just been massively deprived of that for so long. Definitely going to sting a little bit for Browns fans, but you can't really complain about that. But yeah, it's got to be Hunter here. Carson, what are your thoughts?
I would be pretty shocked if it wasn't Hunter. I mean, I just think that that's the biggest need for them, either as a cornerback or as a wide receiver. I mean, that would just be ginormous for the Jaguars. I guess I could see them taking Abdul Carter maybe, but I think it has to be Hunter. I mean, if you're trading up and you're giving up that much, it's got to be for a guy like Hunter. So I would take Hunter.
Duval. No. Duval. What are you taking, Duval?
Jason, just for that, you're gone. You're gone.
Jason should have been gone just like Liam Cohen should have been gone after Duval.
I don't want.
He does it creepier than I did it, so at least that's something. But man, yeah, I hope it is Hunter.
Do a spot-on impression of that.
Everybody thought Dan Campbell's coaching interview was trash too, and now it's kind of iconic. So maybe here in 5 years we're all going to be saying Duval, and it's not going to be ironic.
No, it's not.
No, I'm never doing that.
No,
you don't think so?
It never will. No.
Catch me saying it. If the Jaguars win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years, I will be saying Duval unironically.
All right, that's out of pocket.
I said if.
For sure.
I said if. That's a pretty safe bet.
It's the Jacksonville Jaguars. No.
Maybe Trevor Lawrence just takes off like we all thought he was going to.
Carson Grilito saying Hunter's trash, worst interview ever is what being said. I thought that was being said about Shedeur Sanders, not Travis Hunter. In all honesty, I haven't been seeing the interview reports about Hunter, but Shedeur Sanders, I saw a lot of that.
I don't really buy a lot of stock in interviews. I don't really care that much about it, in my opinion. I think that the on the field product is kind of what's important. And of course there are certain things like, you know, there are certain things where interviews can kind of be a turn off for a player, but for me, it's about the on the field stuff. What about y'all?
Yeah, on the field definitely matters more. You obviously need to take a little bit of stock in interviews, but production matters the most. Michael, what are your thoughts about the interviews versus on-field play?
Well, I feel like a lot of teams this year, they're looking more into the person versus the player. Like, do you love football or do you love just what football gives you? And I feel like if you love football, then you're going to be a very special player. But if there are off-field issues, and sometimes there are off-field issues that teams do their research on and feel okay about, just like Dak Prescott, when he was coming out of the draft, he had a DUI and the coaching staff grilled him, and Dak was able to just move past that and still be a franchise quarterback for the Cowboys.
I think that might be going a little far, calling him franchise quarterback, but I really thought that was beautiful what you said about football versus what football gives you. That was, you make me shed a tear, Mike. I mean, I love that.
It's definitely good. Johnny Football, an example of a guy who had a plethora of off-field issues and didn't exactly interview well. He dropped to the latter part of the first round and didn't really pan out at all. I knew that was going to happen. I did not like Johnny Manziel as a kid whatsoever, but that was just me. I know a lot of people liked him, but again, the Travis Hunter pick is official. Jason, your Giants are officially on the clock. But from a fantasy football perspective, what could we expect out of Travis Hunter? Because he's not going to see like the majority of snaps on both sides of the ball. So, Jason, does he have much, if any, fantasy value?
Again, it depends how you're looking at it. On the dynasty aspect, yes, I think he's going to have some value there. Where you're going to have such a deep bench, you can keep him as a rookie, keep him on your bench, figure out where he's going to play and how he's going to fit in to somebody's system. In your standard leagues, it might be a little more of a stretch, again, because you don't know how much he's going to play on the offensive side of the ball. I guess if he plays both ways and you have defense and offense in your fantasy league, you could probably double your points. So, he might be worth the pickup. They're projecting him around 11, 12 points per game as far as a wide receiver. Now he's going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, he's going to have a halfway decent quarterback throwing to him. Hopefully, Mr. Trevor Lawrence has a better year than he did last year. I still think they need to help that offensive line because if they don't, then he's not going to have a very good year. But they already have another stud wide receiver on that team. So now you put him and Travis Hunter on there. Man, that's going to be a dynamic duo right there in Duval. So, but he's going to have some value. It's just going to be how does he fit in the system and how much they're going to use him on both sides of the ball.
For sure. It's definitely going to be interesting to look at. As of right now, it's not looking like the Giants are going to trade out. They have just over 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Please don't.
Jason's hoping they don't move, but
no.
Michael, the pick is in. They are officially not trading down. This has to be Abdul Carter, right? Michael, you haven't had a chance to talk about this, but we hit on some landing spots for top players, and Abdul Carter felt like pretty solid at 3. Do you think this is what the Giants do here?
Well, I want to give a shout out to Luke wearing the number 11 Micah Parsons Cowboys jersey. And I am assuming that within a year, Jason's going to have a matching number 11 Abdul Carter Giants jersey. Unfortunately, because Abdul Carter and Brian Burns are the exact duo you need rushing the passer. Especially you have Jalen Hurts in the division. You have Dak Prescott in the division. You have Jane Daniels, who will be entering his second year in the NFL. You have to put pressure on the quarterback. The game is won and lost in the trenches. And if you're looking at the rest of the picks, I can't see anybody else unless the Giants see Saquon Barkley having the success he did in Philadelphia. And if they wanted to shock everybody and take Ashton Genty at the number 3 pick, I wouldn't be surprised at that either.
No.
I would definitely be a little bit surprised. That would be a perfect change of pace back for Tyron Tracy Jr., which Jason and I have talked about quite a bit. But Cody, this just has to be Abdul Carter, right?
I mean, to be truthful, the fact that Abdul Carter was sitting at 3 because Jacksonville could have gone Carter at 2 or Cleveland could have gone Carter. So, yeah, I think the fact that the Giants didn't have to give up anything, they still get their guy. And honestly, I think the Giants were in a pretty good spot where they could have gotten Hunter or Carter being the better of the two. So I think this is great. Now, if they choose anything else, I would be concerned with the longevity of the GM and the head coach. But I think it's safe to say that this is going to be Carter, and this is going to start rebuilding that Giants defense.
Without a doubt, this is going to move them in the right direction. You got to build up the trenches. I definitely agree that games are won and lost in the trenches. If you can't get pressure on the quarterback, you're going to lose football games. If you can't protect your quarterback, you're going to lose football games.
Oh,
Giants
don't do something stupid, please. Oh, Lord.
It's you're getting Armand Membo. You're getting Gray Zabel.
And draft a punter and do Giants things.
That would be so.
No, they're going to go with T-Mac here at the 3rd pick.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Abdul Carter. That's obvious. A phenomenal pick. Obviously, no fantasy stuff to talk about there because individual defensive players, that's an option. It's not super common. I do think he'd be a great choice for that, in my personal opinion, but Next up, we have the New England Patriots. I've seen some people saying they are a sleeper to take Ashton Genty. I think they need to protect Drake May. Their offensive line is not good. I think this is where we'd see Will Campbell go. To me, he's the best offensive lineman available. But Cody, who's your best available player right now?
If I'm looking at it from the Patriots side, I'm looking at Mike Vrabel and what he likes to do with that defense. I would say this is probably a Mason Graham selection right now because he really wants to, muddy up the trenches. He wants to take away the run game. He wants to get pressure up in that AFC East. So I really think that this is probably the route that he will go. I think that there is enough quality offensive linemen that Vrabel and the rest of the Patriots organization will probably figure it out in round 2 or 3. But I think this is a defensive player, and I think Mason is going to be the next one to go.
I don't like that. He's supposed to go 8th. We talked about it.
Dude, you almost made Aaron cry on his show.
No,
Don't do that. He literally was
to.
just in tears. That's his boy. Come on, man.
Oh, I've rambled about what Mason Graham and Derek Brown would look like as a duo on that defensive line. That would be phenomenal. No one's running against the Panthers, and everybody ran against the Panthers last year.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah, for me, Mason Graham's also the best available player overall right now. I think Will Campbell would be really great. That's what I'd like to see them do, in all honesty. But man, it's tricky.
I wouldn't be surprised if it went wide receiver either. I mean, they do need to get Drake May some deeper weapons, and McMillan in this spot too would be a little bit of a shocker, but not that much. I mean, I know they do need to shore up that offensive line, but sometimes there are players out there that you just can't look past. And if you can get an offensive monster,
Jason, we didn't get your initial reaction. I mean, I know that we all knew it was kind of a foregone conclusion, but just when you heard Abdul Carter's name called and you saw that it was official, you got your guy. What are you feeling?
Relieved that they didn't screw it up. Shout out to my boy Jose. I saw my man Jose was watching Patuco. Much love. So thank you for watching. But man, I was. It's one of those things. I don't think it's gonna sink in until you physically see him on the field. But it's great to have that type of talent on your team now. So super excited. He's going to make a lot of noise. My man Jose, yes. He's going to make some huge noise in New York. We need that back. And that NFC East is a black and blue division, and it's made on the defensive side of the ball. And we just put fear back into some of those teams in that NFC East. So the Commanders, the Eagles, you guys, the Cowboys, you're all on notice. Giants are coming. Watch out.
I mean, Dak Prescott's going to have a hard time running from Brian Burns and Abdul Carter. Michael, Luke,
defense, and you got sexy. You haven't even forgot about sexy.
And you got
Dexter Lawrence on there too.
I just want to throw an idea out of left field for the Patriots pick. Jason, you mentioned both needs at wide receiver and offensive line. How about taking one of my favorite players in the draft, Tyler Warren, at tight end? Very Gronkish in the size and his build. That feels like it would be a very Patriots out of left field type pick.
That would not be hateful either.
That would be solid.
Yeah,
I think that's something that would probably be a little bit out of left field, but it just popped into my head, and I said that's a good.
He is a good blocker, and that's something I think more tight ends need to get better at is blocking, because Gronk was great, but man, Gronk was probably one of the best blocking tight ends there ever was, because he protected Tom Brady. He was his kind of safety valve. And a lot of tight ends nowadays don't do that, or they don't think it's cool to do that. So that would not be a hateful pick either.
Yeah, well, the Pats pick is now officially in. We'll see who they go. I don't hate that pick either. I mean, if you look at like Tucker Kraft on my Green Bay Packers. I just bring everything back to the Packers. But if you look at Tucker Kraft, he's one of the better blocking tight ends in the league. And he really, he just puts so much relief. He has so much relief for Jordan Love. I mean, when you can just have a guy like that who can really step in, just give one good block and then get out in their route, that is super, super valuable. Jason, do you think that they might do something like that, go to tight end, or would you rather go to Ashton Jeanty, or would you go offensive tackle?
The safe pick is offensive tackle. Look, I mean, Drake May got injured last year. You're putting all your chips into his basket right now. You need to protect him. That's your 5-10 year plan right now at quarterback. So ultimately, if you're not sure on one of those other guys making that big of an impact and then getting your offensive line in the second, third, fourth round, then take the best offensive lineman available, protect your quarterback. That's the safe. It's the vanilla pick, but it is vitally important. A quarterback cannot throw the football when he's on his back. So you need a good offensive line. And Patriots, they do need a lot of pieces. That's why I'm surprised they haven't done any moves either to get some more. No, they're going to trade Kayvon Thibodeau. So that surprises me that the Patriots haven't done some fielding of trades to get some more draft capital, because they need not so many pieces, but they need some better players at specific, in specific positions.
I'm kind of shocked, and Cody, I want to hear from you. Drake May, I feel like, is just one of the better quarterbacks at playing out of structure already, and we saw him do what he did without a good offensive line, but that offense in general is just terrible. Cody, what do you think is the most important for the Patriots right now?
Well, I think what we've been talking about, offensive line, so that way you can keep your quarterback upright. I think what we're forgetting too is Stephon Diggs did sign with the Patriots, so that is a veteran quarterback that can help bring along Drake May, and also too Josh McDaniels, who's no stranger to the Patriots way as an offensive coordinator, will find a way to really be able to help guide Drake May. But it all starts with that offensive line, and with that offensive line comes the run game, which Mike Vrabel, that's his staple. That was his bread and butter when he was with Tennessee. And he's going to want to duplicate that in the Patriots way. So, I mean, as much as we've been talking about Mason Graham, there is potential that maybe they go offensive line. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it's out of the realm of possibility, but for sure, to keep Drake May successful, what does every quarterback need? They need protection.
All right. Well, that's been a clean sweep so far. Aaron, are you going to go with the crowd here, or do you think they should take somebody different?
I think Will Campbell's the easy pick here. You got to protect Drake May.
Yeah.
And that is the pick.
Yep, that's the pick.
Okay, well, with the fourth overall pick, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell. I think it's the right pick too. It is the safe pick.
He looks like someone's grandma's couch with that green pinstripe suit. Sorry.
No, that's
I just had to throw it in there.
That is the safe pick, though. And now the Browns are on the clock after trading down with the Jaguars. Who do you guys think the Browns traded down for?
I have a very funny idea. Ashton Jeanty before the draft was the overall favorite to go at 5, but I don't think the Browns really need a running back. What if they trade back again and get even more capital?
I mean, they did get a first-round pick out of that trade back, so maybe.
Yeah, don't get greedy.
I just don't think the Browns are that smart, to be honest. I mean, I've never seen them do anything organizationally that has.
Well, okay, listen. Here's my argument to why this was a smart move for the Browns, because they did get an extra first-round pick for next year to Jacksonville. I'm not even high on Jacksonville with Travis Hunter. So assuming that Jacksonville does what we all assume, it's a top 10 pick, they potentially might have another top 10 pick. So that's 2. That's how you can help build quality within your team through the draft. So that's why I'm not upset for the Browns for doing so. Now, what they do with that pick is another story, but the fact that they do get a couple of extra picks and assets, that does help. It's just they never have had an organization that's been smart enough to turn those into anything, which It feels like every year we talk about if the Browns are going to go after a franchise quarterback for the last 25 years. So take that information with what you will.
I can't see them taking Genty though. Oof.
Yeah, that's a little. I don't know about Genty, but maybe they go defense on this one. Maybe.
I mean, look, if we were talking about them pairing Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett, what about pairing Mason Graham with Myles Garrett?
Ooh. I don't hate
That would
that.
also be really good.
That would be really good. I mean, look, anybody alongside Myles Garrett's going to look good because
Yeah, I know, right?
Because of the amount of double teams that he takes, anybody alongside him is going to look good. But I don't hate that at all.
Oh, and the pick is in for the Browns.
Okay, so they knew who they were going for.
Do you think that maybe they go Shador Sanders?
Ooh.
That's very possible, honestly.
Just curious. I don't know that to be a fact. Just curious.
No, that wouldn't surprise me too much.
It fills a need.
I don't think he goes that high. I throw out maybe Mimbu. I think their number one need is offensive tackle.
I like Kelvin Banks here more so.
Browns take Deshaun Watson. Doing Browns things.
What about Mikael Williams?
Yeah, what's some obscure player that the Browns could take right here? Will Howard from Ohio State. Keep him in state.
They take Jackson
Ray Zabel.
James Pierce Jr. would be a little out there this high if we want to talk about something that kind of fills a need but is above consensus. I think James Pierce Jr. would fit that, and with the potential character concerns that fits the theme of the AFC North as well.
Is Ashton Genty out of the question here?
I would hope, but also no.
Not with the Browns. No one's out of the question.
No.
Yeah, I mean you don't really have Chubb. You got Ford. So I mean, who do they really have at the running back position? So I mean, it makes sense, but they need so many pieces. It's hard to just take him.
I feel like this is such a really good running back draft class that they can get someone with their second round pick, like a Scadaboo or I doubt he falls, but maybe even Hampton.
Scadaboo is going to be there in the second.
Yeah,
I feel very confident about that.
Or if they do want to go, someone mentioned Will Howard as a joke, but you could go one of the Ohio State guys in the second round, or maybe even the third round. And I feel like there's better picks that they can go here than Genty.
Are there really
what about Tyler Warren here?
I mean, I love Tyler Warren so much. He's my favorite player, so I'm just going to try and slot him into every team. But I don't know if I see the Browns going Tyler Warren.
And Goodell is walking to the podium right now. Sean's saying they better go running back. I mean, with the question at the quarterback position, I wouldn't hate the Genty pick.
Shador Sanders.
Yeah, I like this, but I also hate this so much. Carson, why don't you throw that out there?
I'm still trying to see who the pick is.
Check the private chat.
Mason Graham. Oh, Aaron, I'm sorry, buddy.
No,
I'm sorry.
Oh, I should have been able to know just from your reaction. Of course, it's Mason Graham. I mean, hey, it's a good pick. Him beside Myles Garrett is pretty mean. That's pretty scary. So I hate that you couldn't get him, Aaron, for your Carolina Panthers, but I don't think it's necessarily the wrong pick.
It's not. It's a good pick, and from a objective point of view, this is good for Cleveland. He's going to be a great player in the NFL. From a purely subjective point of view, I hate it with a fiery passion.
I feel so bad for you, buddy. That was.
I feel bad for me too. They're showing his highlights.
I'm sure you already bought the jersey and everything. I mean, hopefully you can change it.
Let's get everybody's initial reaction
pick too. That's an interesting pick.
Oh, Michael, what's your take on this?
So I've been hurt a time or two by Michigan defensive linemen as a Cowboys fan, Mozzie Smith, Taco Charlton. But we need to remember Mason Graham also played alongside Kenneth Grant. So Mason Graham wasn't playing with slouches around him, had really good corners like Will Johnson in the backfield. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in 3 years we're looking at Mason Graham as a bust and we're looking at Kenneth Grant as the better defensive lineman for Michigan this year. I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
That is kind of ridiculous, to be fully honest. I think Mason Graham is an infinitely better run defender right now. No, I don't like that in the slightest. I think Mason Graham, to me, out of this like group of Michigan defensive linemen that have been great, I've watched a lot of Michigan football. I think Mason Graham is number 2 only to Aiden Hutchinson. I genuinely believe that.
Wow.
He's gonna be good. I don't think he's going to be Hutchinson good, but I mean that's out of pocket a little bit, Michael. I'm going to go ahead and drop that.
Out of pocket. On hoops and helmet, Michael. We're bringing your show over here. Luke, you're a Cowboys fan.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the same feelings as Mike?
He mentioned the name Taco Charlton, and I about threw up in my mouth. But I will say, I think Mason Graham is the real deal. But I also want to say, leading into the Raiders pick, whoever they will go, I think it has to be Genty. And if it is Genty, they won the first round, in my opinion. They had to do nothing, and he just slides right to them.
I don't think that's
true.
Bad. Hey, Cody,
that's true.
We haven't heard from you. Do you agree with Luke?
I think what's interesting is I think the Raiders are going to go with Genty. I think they would have changed their plans had the Bears, let's say, found a way to leapfrog them. Maybe if the Jags stayed at 5, maybe they would have audibled a little bit and gone Mimbu or Banks Jr. So I think Genty sounds like it's the Raiders pick. I mean, Spytek, he loves him. Genty has been kind of tied to the Raiders majority of the time. Pete Carroll is known to have his running backs. Although, don't be surprised if the Raiders shock everyone and do go offensive line. As much as I would say Genty seems like he's the fan favorite, it's the shoe-in. The Raiders are known to go with a conservative pick. So I would not be surprised if Mimbu is also called here at 6. So I do want to preference that the Raiders should take Genty, but don't be surprised if Mimbu's off the board at 6 as well.
I got a question for you there, Code.
Okay.
With Genty being there and you have Pete Carroll now as your head coach, can you see him looking at him like a return of the beast mode? Do you think they're looking at him like that?
Yeah, so Genty is like one of the fewer backs that we've seen in recent draft where he is a third down back. He goes 1 through 3. You can rely on him, and not only is he shifty, but he can go down the middle and he can bolster up the trenches. So yeah, I think Genty is that old school running back that there he goes. Is that old school running back that fits well with the offensive scheme of the Raiders.
Beast mode 2.0. There you go.
And, I mean, the pick is officially in, and I like this a lot for the Raiders. Geno Smith, he's still got a few years, but give him a really good running back to lean on. And Pete Carroll, I mean, he had Marshawn Lynch. I'm not saying that Genty is going to be Marshawn Lynch. I'm not big on comparing rookies to legends at their position. I think that is a little disingenuous, but he is without a doubt going to be a very, very good player. And Michael, I know a lot of people had Genty to the Cowboys. Luke, that was also a thing I got to hear from the Cowboys fans about their thoughts after Genty does not fall to 12.
Yeah,
Well, Luke,
I'll let Michael lead off if you want to.
Yeah, Luke, I don't know how you feel, but Ashton Genty, I really love this guy. I really wish that he had fallen to Dallas, but the more we got closer to the draft, it felt like Ashton Genty wasn't leaving the top 10, and then he wasn't leaving the top 8, then he wasn't leaving the top 5, and somehow he fell to 6. to Cody's Las Vegas Raiders. And I thought Cody and I were developing a good friendship, and his team had to go ruin it for me. But man, this is such a good pick. I mean, I do feel better from a Cowboy perspective because there are some good running backs. I don't know when Omarion Hampton's going to go, but the more I hear from him, he's went from early to mid second round to like late first round. So I'm getting worried that if Dallas doesn't take him at 12, and we may not get one of the top 2 running backs in this class, which was a big pressing need for the Cowboys.
Michael, can I just address your remarks about being upset that we took Genty? I think you're really upset with Jerry Jones for not finding that $8 million for Derrick Henry. So I'm sorry if you're still taking it out on us.
That's old news.
If I was Jerry Jones, I would have found that $8 million. But I'm sorry, we're still hurting from that development. So,
Michael, are you more upset that you couldn't find the $8 million for Derrick Henry, or that Zeke didn't get 11 touchdowns like you predicted?
Okay, can we like move on to?
We're never letting that go. By the way, it's not going to happen. You will hear about that for the end of time because that was just absurd. Aikman saying
fantasy wise, this is a great pick for Jenny. So fantasy football wise,
very true.
This puts him in the top 5 as far as if you're drafting a runner back right now. He's top 5, instantaneous right out the gate. He's going to get the ball. He's going to do well with the Raiders. I think that scheme, and Pete Carroll loves a hard-working running back. So Ashton Genty is going to get the ball a lot in Las Vegas. So fantasy football-wise, guys, this is a home run. I'm glad he did not go to the Jags or somebody else. Good pick. So
Derek's wrestling toys and tees agreeing with that. And also Giants made a great pick easy. I really like that pick for the Giants as well. But let's touch on some best available guys. Up next at 7, we have the Jets. I've seen your guy going here quite a bit, Tyler Warren. I know I could see Aaron Glenn going for a defensive guy and just trying to shore that up, or something else in the trenches just coming from Detroit where they really prioritized just some absolute dogs in the trenches.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn's a defensive-minded guy, obviously. But what I've seen and what I feel like you see offensive line here, like probably Mimbo. That's what I'm leaning towards for the Jets.
Without a doubt, and I've still got to hammer home the point that I do like Kelvin Banks more. To me, he's the best available offensive lineman, but Membu is not far behind at all. The size with this offensive line class is just a concern in general. We've talked about this on other shows. Nobody's really got long arms. Membu's only 6'3" as well. He does not have the size that you want out of an NFL tackle, but he's really good. He's a great pass blocker. He is okay. Sorry to cut off my thought there. From Adam Schefter, Panthers are fielding calls to trade down from 8. I don't hate that, in all honesty. I could see a team like Cincinnati moving up a little bit, get one of the more premier defensive players. I would like to see Carolina get a second rounder for this year because we're still missing ours from the trade up to get Bryce Young with the Bears. They currently hold Carolina's second rounder this year, which is the 39th overall. Would love to get a second rounder back. I think that would be huge. Wide receiver, second round, defense first. Ideal scenario for me.
I'm kind of shocked by that, Aaron, because I think the Panthers are in prime position to get Javon Walker, who I think is the best player on the board right now. Would you rather trade back than get a linebacker like him?
I would not hate it. I think depending on where we trade back to, we could still get a really good guy, Mikael Williams, Mike Green, who I absolutely love. If they wanted to go secondary, you could get a Nick Emenwari or Malachi Starks. And then if it's the later part of the first round, I mean, Shamar Stewart's got to be the guy. Like he didn't have the production that you want to see out of somebody in college, but his physical traits are just off the chart. He had almost an identical combine to Myles Garrett, and we saw what he became both out of A&M. Again, don't think he's going to be Myles Garrett, but he's got the physical tools, and you cannot teach that. So I think Stewart in the later first would be phenomenal.
I don't hate that at all. Let's just get some predictions here. Cody, let's start with you. Who do you think the Jets are going with?
I think they're going with defense, if I'm being honest, because Aaron Glenn. I think Walker's either a good pick. Although, hear me out, guys. I was just thinking about this as you guys were giving your analysis. I would not be surprised if Will Johnson goes here, because I really think that the Giants are going to want to pair someone next to Sauce Gardner for that secondary. So, and I'm not saying that it's the smartest move for the Jets to do. I'm just saying look out for it. That could be something that the Jets do to make a splash, so to speak. And again, Aaron Glenn's coming from the school of DBs. That might be a position that he really feels like is a lockdown need that's required. So I would not be surprised on that front of it. So Will Johnson going to the Jets, it might be something to look out for if it does happen.
And the pick is in. Goodell is at the podium making the announcement.
Watch it be Ted.
The pick is Armand Membu out of Missouri. Luke, you nailed that on the head. And I mean, I don't hate it. I like this pick in all honesty. I think him and Banks super close. Carolina is now back on the clock, but I digress.
Luke, let's say it's your initial reaction. You nailed it right on the head. So I want to go to you first and foremost.
I kind of expected Membu, but I feel like they could have gone a lot of different ways. We all had different ideas. But I feel like we've seen the Jets do this quite a few times in the past 5 or 6 years. Top 10 pick, get an offensive lineman that they hope can really shore up their offensive line. I mean, I'm looking at their depth chart right here. They got Elijah Vera-Tucker. Outside of that, it's a bunch of guys I'm not really confident in. So I feel like Membu was the correct pick here.
Jason, what do you think? Do you think Membu was the pick, or do you think we should have gone with somebody else?
I like Banks a little bit better offensive line. I still think they were going to go offensive line no matter what. This draft is defensive heavy. So I think there's going to be a lot of value, especially in those second and third rounds. I knew it was going offensive tackle. Membu, I was a little surprised, especially with the size, but you also got to remember, who they picked up at quarterback with Justin Fields, who is not the tallest guy in the world, who is very mobile. So you're going to need a guy that can move with Justin Fields. So that's see why they picked him, but I still like Banks better, man. Banks with that wingspan.
Yeah.
He is a monster. So little surprised, but not surprised they went offensive line.
I completely agree. And the Panthers pick is already in, it seems. So they got somebody in mind. Aaron, this offensive line was really bad, and this
really Carson, bad. It wasn't. It was really good.
It was a great offensive line.
The offensive line was good. Bryce Young got protection. Don't pick an offensive lineman here. That's ridiculous. Pat McMillan, Jalon Walker, Mike Green, Mikael Williams, spin a wheel, one of those guys. I will be happy.
But you don't
want to go wide receiver.
I said Tet. I would like Tet, McMillan, Matthew Golden, either one of those guys. Golden would be great.
Stay away from Golden.
Get open, spread the field.
Stay away from Golden. Okay,
nope.
that's my cowboy pick. Now that Genty's on the board,
I don't care. He's your cowboy pick.
This is one.
Give him something. He already lost his boy. Come on.
Oh, commercial. Why?
Michael, go ahead. What were you about to say?
I mean, the Panthers, they were really, really bad on defense. I think they were last in the NFL in yards per game. You got to go defense here. And I think Will Johnson could be a good pick. And I think one of the defensive linemen could be a good pick as well. But honestly, I could see Walker from Georgia going here.
I think if
Walker
it's not
and
Walker,
Johnson are the two guys. Because, Shaq Thompson's gone. Carolina needs help at linebacker.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jelon Walker feels like the pick here. I'd like Will Johnson as well. McMillan Golden would like that.
Luke, let's hear from you before this commercial's over. Who do you think the Panthers are going with?
Yeah, I think it's going to be penciled in Walker. I feel like that just feels to me like a Panthers pick. I wouldn't be surprised with Johnson, but I feel like it's going to be Walker.
Yeah, I agree. And we're talking about Johnson. Let's hear from Cody Johnson. Who do you think the Panthers are going to be picking?
I mean, I think the consensus is defense. I mean, now if they get Tech McMillan, I think that's a little high for a receiver right now. I think the defense is probably the bigger need, but Aaron, you'll have to correct me on what you would prefer. It sounds like you really like McMillan, but I think Johnson would fit really well here. Walker for sure to really help out that defense, especially it was doing pretty well last year towards the latter part of the season. So it just a couple of pieces and maybe they can show some life, especially with Bryce Young, how he started developing, and maybe you can get a really good value receiver in the later rounds rather than spending it on the first round. You can go defense here, I think. So
without a doubt, it has to be defense here. It's a no-brainer. Again, like Michael said, one of the worst defenses in the entire league. Bottom run defense, which is why I wanted Mason Graham, but that is now a dream that is dead. But I'll drop that now. Jelon Walker's got to be the pick. He can blitz well. He's a great athlete. Panthers linebacker core hasn't been the same since Luke Kuechly left, and Walker is far from the same kind of player that Luke Kuechly is, but he would still bring a lot of energy and high-level play to that linebacker core that's really been lacking it for a long time and will be lacking it even more with Shaq Thompson gone. And I think with Eric Brown coming back, J.C. Horn hopefully staying healthy for a full season, could have the pieces for a really solid defense going into next year.
Yeah, I agree. But let's think about this from a fantasy football perspective, Dynasty. If they did end up taking Tet McMillan, how good would that pairing be with Bryce Young? And do you think that he would have to go pretty high?
Well,
Aaron,
they got him slated pretty high as far as fantasy football wise. So you can definitely see him making some noise, especially with Bryce Young.
Yeah. Aaron, what about you? What do you think?
I think that would be huge because Adam Thielen is still going to demand some coverage. And I mean, I'd love Ted McMillan as a red zone threat as well. I think that would be really big for fantasy football value. Goodell is currently walking to the podium with the pick. So I'm just going to stare at the TV now.
Oh, I just heard it. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, hey, I like it. I don't hate it.
Okay, well, we were just talking about it. We thought we were going defense, but with the 8th overall pick,
Make a
the
splash.
Panthers pick
Hey.
Tet McMillan.
I
Aaron,
don't.
initial thoughts.
I like it. Carolina spent good money in free agency on defense. They invested at defensive tackle. They brought in Trevon Moehrig at safety. So they have retooled at defense. I still would have liked Jelon Walker here for sure, but I don't hate this at all. I think McMillan is going to be a great player to pair with Bryce Young. I like it a lot. But most of that is dependent on the fact that Carolina did spend good money on defense.
Yeah. Michael, I saw your face when I had initially brought up McMillan. You seemed like you weren't sold. So give me your thoughts.
So I was sold on McMillan the entire year. I loved watching him at Arizona. I wanted him to be a Dallas Cowboy until a week or two ago, he was interviewed and said, I don't watch film. I don't watch tape. That should be a huge red flag. If you were taking somebody in the first round, he has to love football. And honestly, Dallas needs a receiver, but I'm actually glad that we don't have to take him because I'd rather a guy love football than just what football can give him.
You weren't you just now saying leave him? No, you were saying leave Golden alone. My bad.
Yeah, leave Golden alone. I want Golden.
Aaron, you seemed like you saw something.
The Saints pick is in already. They sprinted to the podium with that.
Wow.
This feels like Jalon Walker here.
Mhm.
In all honesty, I think him being there at 9 for the Saints is
Sanders.
huge. Sanders too.
Sanders.
I forgot about that. They need a quarterback.
Or Jackson Dart.
If it,
It would be
I
Sanders.
told
Please,
Aaron-
take Jackson Dart. I would love
You
that
think
so
so?
much. Take him.
I told Aaron before the draft today that if the Saints pick Jackson Dart, I will boil and need a shoe. So hopefully it is not Jackson Dart.
Do
On
it.
air?
You need to do that on
I
camera.
will do it on camera.
A new shoe or an old shoe?
That's a good question. I think an old shoe would be a little softer.
I mean,
I
you're
don't know if we
boiling
should
it,
show
so you
that
have
on
to
camera.
sanitize it as well.
We should only pray for that. Yeah.
Maybe I'll air fry it instead.
Ooh, a little crispy, little crunch.
Just take the tips off. Make sure you take the tips off.
You know, it can't be eating any microplastics. Gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah, God forbid the microplastics from a shoe.
All right. Well, the
Aaron,
Saints,
do you really like this pick? Aaron, do
I
you
do.
like a wide
I
receiver?
actually do enjoy this pick. I really would have liked Jalon Walker. That would have been my preference. But going into this, I had warmed up significantly on Ted McMillan as Carolina's pick because, I mean, they objectively need to build up that receiver core. Thielen is not going to be productive for much longer. We saw Xavier Legette have issues with drops. I do think he'll get that right, but that is still a concern. I think McMillan is the kind of receiver that they don't have on roster right now. He's a big body red zone threat, and with a tight end room that is a little questionable, I think this gets Young a red zone threat that is very much needed. And yeah, big body receiver for the Panthers. I really do genuinely like it.
And Aaron, you're in the same division as the Saints, so would you be upset if they picked Jalen Walker, or do you want?
Yeah,
them to go
I would
somewhere
not like that. I think he's going to be a serious problem. Not crazy on the fact of the Panthers having to face him 2 times a year. I think that's going to be a little rough, but it would be a great pick for the Saints objectively. Subjectively, I hope they take Jackson Dart. I want to laugh at them. I want to see Luke eat a boiled shoe. I think that'll be phenomenal content. But I think they'll be smarter than that. And again, I think Sanders is a real shout here. Derek Carr's not cutting it. They need to get somebody who could, sit behind him for a couple games. They're like, if they take a quarterback, they're not going to be under any pressure to start immediately because they do have like a semi-established veteran.
Now, why do you guys hate Jackson Dart so much? What? Just break it down. Luke, we'll start with you since you got the most riding on it.
I just don't think he's a first-round quarterback. You tell me the Saints take him on day 2, second round, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly content. But there was only one first-round quarterback in this draft, and it was Cam Ward to me.
Wow. So Sanders has dropped that low for you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Aaron, do you agree?
I do agree. I don't think Ole Miss runs a offense that'll really have a quarterback pro ready. Goodell is at the podium for this Saints pick. And they take Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas. I hadn't mentioned that at all, but I do. I mean, hey, I like that pick. He's a good player.
Wow.
Sanders is
Falling
a lot further. I don't know what Pittsburgh seems like a pretty likely destination because to me, the Saints were the last like super QB needy team in this top half of the first round. Jason, let's get your thoughts on this. What do you think of this pick and how far is Shedeur going to fall now?
Well, I definitely like the pick for the Saints. I mean, they do need some help on that offensive line. He is one of the best players out there. He is a monster on that line. Was it the best pick for the Saints? Not really. That means What you got? Desmond Ritter. I mean, Carr is hurt. He's not really. I don't even think he's gonna be able to play this year. So you don't really have a quarterback unless you're looking into the second or third round right now. So to me, this is more of a value pick that they like. Oh, hey, who's the best guy on the big board? All right, let's take him. Not a very big splash, which is disappointing for the Saints because I think they need something. That franchise needs a splash right now. So this to me was a little boring for the Saints. It's a good pick, but they needed something for that franchise to be excited about, and I don't think they're excited about an offensive tackle.
Wow. Well, the Bears pick is already in. So
Wow.
these guys are going fast. They know who they're wanting. I'm a Green Bay Packers fan. So, Cody, why don't you tell me who's the worst player that the Bears could pick for me?
Well, truthfully, if they picked a running back at this spot, that'd be really bad because with that upgraded offensive line that they just got, that Ben Johnson likes to run that he did in Detroit, that would be worrisome for the Packers, especially if, depending on what teams come by, there is no other interior front to help stop that. So, if they decided to reach for Omarion Hampton, I think would be a real concern just because he would probably fit their offense really, really well. Although they could go defense here. I mean, there's Will Johnson that's out there. Walker is out there. If they got Walker, then, Jordan Love would probably be running for his life majority of the season. So,
well, Zach Tom's not worried about him whatsoever. But Michael, you look like you just saw a ghost. Tell me what you're thinking.
Do not take Omarion Hampton away from my Dallas Cowboys. Don't take him away. What I could see from the Chicago Bears right now is they probably need some defensive help. Maybe a Walter Nolan goes off the board here.
Ooh. Walter Nolan over Jalen Walker.
And over Kenneth Grant?
I think Walker, hands down. Walker, monster of the midway. Put him on there. Whew.
Jason, who would you go with at this pick?
Walker. I mean, he's a bad dude. After Carter, he's like the next guy. And the Bears, again, you're trying to follow Bears football, which was known on the defensive side of the football. So you have to go Walker. The only thing that the Bears may do that may shock a little bit is they may go Mbuka. They may go wide receiver to make up, to pair with Ondunez. They may do something like that, but I think they need defense on that Bears team. They already kind of started shoring up that offensive line. They spent a lot of money in free agency to fix that offensive line. So you definitely know they're not going to do that this early in the draft. So, but yeah, I would go Walker, man. I
think I'm with you, Mike. I think Walter Nolan would be the best pick for them. I just think that pretty much everywhere else they already have a good defense. They've got a lot of good defensive backs, and that offense is already killer. So, yeah, I think I agree with you. I would go Nolan. Aaron, tell me who you think would be the worst for me that the Bears could pick.
Ooh, that's tough. I think based on you wanting them to shore up defense, I think Mikael Williams would be a rough one because he might drop a little bit. I think just pick any defensive player, and that would be the worst. Also, I need to, Michael, I want to get your thoughts on this comment from friend of the channel, Sean, and also host of the Sanders at 12 if he falls that far.
They just want to see me upset, and that's not fair. That's not cool. It's gross to think about. Yeah, that's not happening. They're getting a wide receiver or defensive line or offensive line help. I want to know what Chicago does right now.
Real quick, everyone's saying Walker. I think Will Johnson here.
Ooh. I mean, don't you think they've got enough on the?
I'm looking at their depth chart right now. Your cornerbacks for the Bears are Jalen Johnson, Tyreek Stevenson, Nick McLeod. I think you plug and play Johnson right there, and That's
I mean,
a really good pick.
that'd be pretty rough to throw against if you were Jordan Love. I would not like that very much. Also, I want Will Johnson on the Packers, so that's not going to be the pick. I'm just manifesting it right now. They will not be taking Will Johnson. But Michael, you agree with me, right? They're not taking Will Johnson.
Well, you better hope they don't, because he'll lock down all your wide receivers.
No, well, nobody's locking down Christian Watson. He is.
The IR will do that for him.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That is very true. That's very true. I mean, look,
Exactly.
Christian Watson, when he's healthy, is genuinely like a problem for opposing defenses. The problem is he's never healthy. Same with Jair. I think if you're the Packers, you just take somebody that's healthy all the time. Sorry if you guys can hear that fire truck.
Wow.
Someone just stole a carton of eggs. I heard it.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, so the Bears with the 10th overall pick take Colston Loveland, a Michigan tight end. Aaron, you're a Michigan fan, so tell me what you think about that.
He is gonna be absolutely deadly with Caleb Williams. He's the best receiving tight end in the class. He's not the blocker that a Tyler Warren is. I think Warren might have fit pretty well, and the 49ers pick is already in. That was lightning fast. But yeah, I like Loveland as a lot. Jason, what's the fantasy outlook here for Loveland in Chicago?
He's definitely going to eat. I could see him being top 10 as far as tight ends right now, because the tight end room in the NFL, you got your top 5, and then it kind of just really falls right off. It'll be interesting to see how much play he gets on that Bears team. Caleb Williams is definitely developing into a really, really good quarterback as long as he has that protection on that offensive line.
I mean, Cody,
it's going to be interesting.
He's not going to get playing time over Cole Kmet, right? I mean,
yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, two tight end sets. You talk about, blocking schemes, even though he's not the best blocker, but I think Cole Kmet, especially now that he's the elder statesman, I think Colston Loveland's going to end up catching a lot more balls than Cole Kmet. He's a better receiver.
He's a significantly better receiving threat than Cole Kmet by a mile. I think it's a good compliment to each other. I think what Loveland lacks, Cole Kmet makes up for. So it's a really good pairing, I think.
Still think they should have won defense, but that's definitely an interesting pick from the Bears.
Well, Ben Johnson, he basically retooled that offensive line, and this tells me that Cole Kmet's not a really trusted safety blanket for Caleb Williams. And to be truthful, between the two of them, I think we can agree that Loveland is probably the more athletic out of the two. So you can do a lot more with it. Now, Cole Kmet's probably going to come in on the running sets, but Loveland is going to probably be that guy that is going to find the soft part of the zone, like what Travis Kelce does, because they're both very shifty. So that's probably what this offense is going to look like, is a lot more of a spread offense that's going to sit in the zones, and it's also going to feed off of the run. So that's probably what this Loveland pick is going to really emphasize.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree, Jose. I mean, any offensive weapon that Ben Johnson takes is automatically a nightmare for anybody that has to play them, especially in division opponents. So I'm excited to see what Ben Johnson is going to be able to do with those two tight ends. Just as a football fan, as a Packers fan, I am going to hate to see what Ben Johnson can do.
It's a little disappointed on how Johnson used Laporta last year. I don't think, especially fantasy-wise, you're looking at it. I think Sam Laporta wasn't utilized as much as he should have been. So that's why this is also a curious pick. I understand why you're getting yourself an athletic tight end, but you have to, at some point in time, look at the defensive side of the football, and that's how the Bears, and that's what the Bears are known for, is the defensive side of the football. So I'm curious to why they thought Loveland had more value than Warren, and then some of the top defensive players that you have left on the board too. So that's why this is a curious pick for me.
Well,
And
Jason,
real quick, before we keep it moving, I want to welcome another guest to the panel. It is good friend of the show, Chris DeLuca.
Yeah.
He's finally on, hopping in a little late. Always happy to have you on the show, Chris. What are your thoughts on the draft so far?
It's been interesting. The Browns trading down was not something that was on my card. I know a couple people had discussed that as a potential, but that was not something I think they would have actually jumped on, you know?
Yeah, definitely interesting to say the least. And with Shedeur Sanders dropping like he has, and with Pittsburgh being the next QB needy team up, Sanders to the Steelers seems increasingly likely. Chris, what would you think of that?
I just think that this is not the year to go for a quarterback. And I really don't want to pull Cleveland Browns in the sense of being like, oh, we need a quarterback, so let's just draft one for the sake of drafting one. I would rather just go for a different skill position and focus on other team needs, because, I mean, we fumbled the bag with trying to get a quarterback earlier, and we had Justin Fields right there, and he was gone. I would have, but I just don't think this is the year to do it.
I definitely agree with you there. Emeka Egbuka feels like a perfect Steelers receiver. In all honesty, I'd love to see him playing for Pittsburgh. But what do we think the 49ers are doing here? Do they retool on defense? Do they get a heir apparent for Trent Williams, who could be on his way out of the league shortly?
I guess I'll speak up. I think that they probably should go offensive line. I think the less that Brock Purdy has to play out of structure, the better. I just don't think that he's that type of quarterback, an elevator. I think that he can play out of structure a little bit, but I would really just like to see him more sitting in that pocket and then only running really when it has to be done. So if it were me, I would go offensive line. Michael, let's hear from you. What do you think?
So I could see offensive line. You have Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State. But you also have Will Johnson still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't understand the mock Daniel Jeremiah did that had Will Johnson dropping all the way out of the first round. I mean, somebody is going to take a chance on Will Johnson, and the 49ers might be that team. And I wouldn't be surprised. And if they're committing to Brock Purdy long term, it's probably not Shedeur Sanders either.
And there's still Jalen Walker on the board too. How is he still on the board? Jason, would you take Jalen Walker if you were the 49ers?
That's tough. I think the 49ers definitely need some help on the defensive side of the football. They were atrocious last year. Lots of injuries. I think they go Johnson or Walker. I think they definitely go defense in this pick.
Yeah.
And Goodell is at the podium announcing the selection.
Do.
Podcast Smitty. He wants Jalon Walker. I'd love that pick. 49ers need to retool that defense without a doubt. It is Mikael Williams out of Georgia.
Wow.
I mean,
Called it.
It's not Jalon Walker, but that is still a good pick to me. Michael, you said you called it, so I'll kick this to you first. What do you think about this pick for San Francisco?
Well, I didn't call it. My dad did. The co-host of Dad and the Boys and the host of Starstruck. That's on Boom Broadcasting, Fans First Sports Network. Not surprised. He is a really good defensive edge rusher, but if you told me that he would be the first Georgia Bulldog taken as opposed to Jalon Walker, I would have not believed you, but that's the reality we find ourselves in, and leaves some interesting prospects for the Cowboys at 12 now.
Shedeur Sanders.
No.
He's coming home. It's going to happen.
Please, no.
But let's throw it to the Cowboys fans. Luke, you take this first. The pick.
Yeah.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Yeah. So earlier, Aikman Chambers asked, "Do the Cowboys take Tyler Warren?" And me and Michael kind of had different reactions to that. As I've already said, Tyler Warren's my favorite player in the draft. We need receiving help, but I think that the wide receiver um, class is so deep that it's kind of hard to pass on Warren here. I feel like we have Ferguson, we have Schoonmaker. They're decent guys. I think Ferguson's rookie contract will be up soon. Schoonmaker only has like a year or two on his rookie contract. I would love Warren here. I wouldn't be opposed to Golden, and I don't think I would be opposed to Will Johnson either.
But Michael, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would have preferred Ashton Genty, and then Kelvin Banks. I was even looking into, but with those guys gone, I feel like Matthew Golden is my favorite. He runs a 4.29. He's from Texas. Everybody's excited in the Cowboys war room with whoever they selected, so they're not trading back. I feel like tight end isn't a need for us. I feel like if any of the good offensive linemen were there, we'd make it. But if it's not Matthew Golden, look at the defense and look into Walter Nolan, the Ole Miss defensive tackle.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if he is our pick.
That's a good shout. And to your point about no good offensive lineman, Josh Simmons, he's going to be really good.
Yeah.
That would be a good pick if you look offensive line here.
Gray Zabel, I think he's underrated. Throw him in there.
Well, the pick is
Tyler
already
Booker,
in.
Sorry, Carson, that's supposed to be you, but I just
Nope.
saw the comment and the pick. But
No worries.
hey, sorry to cut you off, but Michael, you look very distressed. Tyler Booker is a very, very good guard. This is a good pick to me, but Michael, I want to get your thoughts first because you look very upset.
I had him ranked 25th. Oof.
I'm not upset.
Yes, you are.
It's just
You're upset.
weird. I'm not upset. I mean, he's a second team AP All-American. We just got our third Tyler on the offensive line with Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, now Tyler Booker. I mean, I'm not mad at it. We are obviously losing Zach Martin. But I just, if we were going to take Tyler Booker, I would have preferred to make a move to gain some draft capital this time rather than taking him at 12. Because even if you drop back like 3 or 4 slots, then you would have been just fine.
Yeah.
And Luke, what do you think?
I mean, I don't hate the pick, but I feel like he's a guy like we could have got tomorrow in the second round. That I do. I think but the people we can't get tomorrow are the Matthew Goldens and the Tyler Warrens of the draft. So like, it's not flashy. I like offensive linemen. You know, I love having a strong trench, but I feel like there were more impactful picks that could have been done here at 12. And I feel like that the offensive guard draft class was good enough where we could have waited till the second or third rounds.
Well, you guys
are
are
laughing,
getting
and this guy's
absolutely
gonna be an
clowned
8.
in the comments.
You guys are laughing. He's going to be an 8-time All-Pro. I mean, that's what Dallas does with offensive linemen.
You're right. You're right.
Well, listen,
You're right.
Dak
Well,
is
and
less
look.
mobile than he has been in recent years. I mean, he is on his way to just being a statue. So, I mean, I don't think investing in the offensive line was necessarily bad. Jason, as a Giants guy in that same division, how are you feeling about the pick? I feel like I know your answer.
Abdul Carter's going to eat that line up. I love it. It's a good safe pick, and for a franchise that needs a spark, that has been dying for like that moment, this fell flat with a lot of Cowboys fans because it's a good pick. but did it really move the needle? Did it make some noise? Is it going to put the shine back in the star? Not really. He's just another piece. He's not a guy that moves the needle. So I could see why it's not that exciting.
So here are two things I'll say with this. One, Tyler Booker is a really great run blocking offensive guard. So Brian Schottenheimer wants to run the football in Dallas. So hopefully we can get a stud running back like Omarion Hampton in the second round. If he falls, I doubt he does. And two, if you look at the first round offensive lineman Dallas has taken, Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, when everybody wanted us to take Johnny Manziel, Tyler Guyton, and I think I'm even missing one. Oh, yeah, Tyler Smith. They've all been all pros, or Tyler Guyton was just a rookie. So when it comes to offensive linemen with the Cowboys in the first round, they don't miss. So there had to be something that Dallas saw from Tyler Booker that made them feel comfortable getting him. I mean, I am a little optimistic, but I mean, I would have really preferred to trade back and get Tyler Booker at 18 if that was the pick. But we'll see how second and third round goes for Dallas.
Well, maybe a great run blocker will make Ezekiel Elliott look like Jerome Ford, and it'll be a win for Cowboys fans. Aaron, go ahead, say what you're going to say.
But I wanted to throw this to Chris since you've just been sitting there for a bit. Picks in for Miami. I have Tyler Booker to Miami. I think they absolutely needed that. They needed to replace Robert Hunt. Tua's been getting hit way too much. Chris, what do you think the Dolphins do here?
Well, and I think you could go two paths here. I mean, I didn't necessarily have them taking Will Johnson. Will Johnson's still available as far as I can see here. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely having to go offensive line here. Josh Simmons, I think, would be a really good idea, or Gray Zabel. I mean, just anything on the line, because I mean, that's what you need. I mean, the Dolphins have clearly shown that they want to have Tua be their franchise quarterback, which I respect. I'm a Tua supporter. I know that I'm in a big minority there, but I do think Tua has the capability to be an elite quarterback if he can stay healthy. But you need a guy like Zabel or Simmons, someone huge. I think Josh Simmons would be a really good pick for them. But again, you need a little bit of help everywhere if you're the Dolphins too. So it wouldn't surprise me if they went in the secondary as well. But you've shown that you want Tua to be your guy. Prove it to your quarterback, franchise quarterback. Prove it to your fan base. Prove it to your team. They should be going offensive line here.
Yeah, I think I probably agree. Tua just can't take any more hits, or he's literally not going to be able to play football anymore. So
I think that's already passed. He shouldn't be playing football right now anyway.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
He's already beyond that.
Cody, let's hear your thoughts on it. The pick is in. Who do you think that the Miami Dolphins are going to be taking?
Well, listen, so Walker out of Georgia is still falling, so he's going to be a steal for whoever gets him. I would say, though, Will Johnson maybe looking at it. Derek Harmon, the interior lineman, I think would be really good for the Dolphins. I don't know if there is any offensive lineman right now that you would take just to reach for. Maybe you get him in day two, because this draft does have some quality depth if you want to wait till the second or third round. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Derek Harmon out of Oregon goes here, just because they also need a defensive front presence. And I mentioned Will Johnson because obviously it's been reported that they're shopping Jalen Ramsey. So they're probably going to want a cornerback to replace him.
I want to talk about that comment just for a second. I don't think it's very likely, but I do just want to ask, is anybody so low on Tua that they think Sanders would be the right pick? I mean, I'm pretty low on Tua. I am very low on Tua. I think he's probably a bottom 10 to 15 quarterback in the NFL.
Wow.
But I probably wouldn't take Sanders.
It makes more sense for the Colts to get Sanders than the Dolphins to get Sanders. If we were really looking at, you know, surprising teams we didn't catch, because the Colts, I don't think that they should trust Richardson, but I trust Tua over Richardson. And I think if the Colts were really that desperate and they didn't trust Richardson or Daniel Jones, Sanders may be a sneaky pick at 15.
I think that is correct.
Tyler Warren,
I
tight
think
end.
Hmm.
I'm throwing it out there.
Goodell is at the podium.
Goodell is at the podium.
I'm not going to steal Carson's announcement this time.
Hopefully, I'm just reloading the page to try to make sure I get the pick. Okay, so the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth
Kevin Grant.
Wow.
Okay, let's start with
That was
Chris.
the Prez's big pick there.
That is. I wish he was here. We'd ask him about it, but since he's not, let's start with Chris. What do you think about this pick?
That was not what I would have gone for. I think that it would have been better to reach, to be honest with you, to reach for an offensive lineman like Simmons. I mean, especially with Will Johnson on the board. Like, I mean, I had Will Johnson going in the top 10. Like I said, Aaron was mentioning how, this was not really aligning with his with his mock here too. But that's wild. I mean, if you're going to go for defensive player, I would have gone for like Will Johnson, or interior like Harmon, like, Cody was talking about.
Well, the Colts pick is already in, but Aaron, as a Michigan football fan, what do you think of this pick?
It's a good pick. I like him more than Harmon. I like him more than Nolan. He didn't have the best pro day, which is why some people had him falling a little bit. He's still a really good player. I mean, watching this highlight right now, he just chased down Nick Singleton. The guy's got an insane motor again, a huge part of that Michigan defense that's just had an incredibly stout offensive line. It should have been offensive line though, and for that reason, I'm not super crazy on the pick. I absolutely love the player, but the pick for Miami is just not good at all.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And since this pick is already in, I'm just going to call my own number real quick. I think it should be Matthew Golden. I think that speed with Anthony Richardson's absolutely insane arm would just be absolutely deadly. I mean, what was that one play that everybody was talking about where he was literally stumbling back, caught his balance, and just launched it like 60, 70 yards in half a second? So I think Matthew Golden would be the pick for the Colts here. Jason, do you agree?
I think that's a little bit of stretch. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad pick, but I think there's so many good defensive players left on the board. If you talk about value, it would be hard to not want to pick one of those guys because I think they can get a decent wide receiver in that second round. Again, tight end, don't sleep on Warren. He's still out there, so I mean, you still have some good value there, but I think they go defense. There's just, you talk about who we got left in here. We got a ton of guys still left in here. Jalen Walker is still left. So, I mean, it would be crazy not to take one of those guys value-wise.
Luke, who do you think the Colts should go for? Would you prioritize offense or defense?
Well, I already just got the pick. Yeah, it's Tyler Warren. I said this when the Raiders got Gianti, but I mean, you're winning the draft and not even having to do anything. Like, you just sit there and one of the best players falls to you. It's just like taking life on easy mode for the Colts. I feel like the only other pick I would go there was Jalen Walker, but either one of those picks and the Warren pick are just having it fall to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolute steal. I thought he was a top 10 prospect, so I think that's a really good pick for him. And he can act a little bit as a blocker as well. So, yeah, I would say that's also a good pick.
Yeah, I like it. Good pick for them. We had Aikman Chambers call it. He's saying if Atlanta doesn't go Walker, he doesn't know what they're doing. I'm inclined to agree. Atlanta's finally going to get a top-tier Georgia player again, another NFC South team. I don't want Walker in the NFC South. Please drop a couple more picks to the Bengals. That's an ideal situation. Love to see Jelon Walker in Cincinnati, but him going to the Falcons feels like a super easy pick to make. But Chris, what do you think the Falcons should do here?
I mean, yeah, again, Will Johnson's still there. They need help in the secondary. And then, yeah, Jelon Walker. I mean, I always kind of joke about the Falcons being the team that just drafts the best available and doesn't really look at positional needs, but I think that a lot of the players there are positional needs. They have their quarterback of the future, at least seemingly right now, with Michael Penix Jr. And you have a solid receiving core. Matthew Golden wouldn't be the worst, but I think you got to go Walker or Johnson. I would lean Walker by a significant margin right now.
And
also,
Cody,
hi to Jason's dog, by the way.
and
Yes,
Cody, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think Walker needs to be picked here by the Falcons. He would actually be a pivotal piece within that linebacking core and being a Mike. That could really benefit with what Raheem Morris likes to do with his defense, because last offseason they picked up all these great free agents on the defensive side, but they were lackluster. And maybe that's because the offense kept him on the field or whatever the case may be. But Walker just seems like a fit here. Not only is it for what Atlanta needs, but it's also a Georgia player staying in Georgia respectively. So to me, Walker needs to be the pick. Will Johnson, sure, but I think Walker is the better need here.
Yeah, no brainer.
I'd like to throw out another, maybe try and snipe one. I feel Walter Nolan here. I feel. I mean, you pull up the Falcons depth chart. Their nose tackle is David Onyemata. Not really a strong suit there. So I kind of look at the board and I see Walker makes sense, but I also feel like Walter Nolan could be a very Falcons pick.
Another SEC linebacker I want to throw out, who I think is phenomenal as well, is Jahad Campbell, Alabama. I think that would be another good pick for Atlanta here. But Jason, what should the Falcons do? Do you have them rolling with Jalon Walker? I mean, he's dropped further than all of us have expected, it seems like.
It's a gift. Like, why would you not? I mean, literally, homegrown kid, went to Georgia. He's right there. He is an absolute stud. That Falcons defense was atrocious last year. I mean, they could not stop a flag football team, let alone a regular football team. So get yourself the best value. He fell into your lap. You didn't have to do anything. It's a no-brainer. Your fans will love it. The players will love it. I mean, you got to do it. Why would you not?
And Carson, what should the Falcons do here?
I think you are absolutely insane if you're not taking Jalen Walker. He's just fallen too far. You can't not take him anymore. Somebody has to. You need help on the defense. You need major, major help on the defense. So I think you're crazy if you don't take Jalen Walker.
Without a doubt, and Jose saying Walker would be a perfect fit without a doubt. And Jason, we missed the fantasy football stuff for Tyler Warren going to the Colts. What do you think he could do there?
A lot of it depends on Richardson, man. I tell you what, if he can develop into the quarterback, I think we kind of see. I think Warren's going to eat. They need a reliable tight end. They have not had that in a long time. Their wide receiver core still a little suspect. Weren't very good last year, so I think this is definitely going to help them. I think he's going to end up being again in the top 10. I think he's a top 10 tight end right now as far as fantasy football. I put him at 7 or 8 because I think he's going to catch a lot of passes. Richardson needs a safety valve. They do not want this kid running around and getting hurt. So if you can't get it down the field 70 yards with that arm, check down, get that tight end. So I think this kid being a good route runner, I think it's going to be a phenomenal steal. I think he's going to do well in regular fantasy football and your dynasty teams. So he's going to go very, very high this year in a lot of drafts. Because, again, right now, the tight ends in fantasy football are not as deep as it used to be.
Mm-hmm. And on that note, we have to say goodbye to one of our panelists, Cody. Thank you so much for staying on. We've been on for just about 2 hours now and appreciate you. And we're going to be bringing on another guy here momentarily. Cody, thank you so much for sticking around. Hope you have a good rest of your night.
See you, fellas.
See,
And welcoming in host of the Nightcap, host of Mouthing Off with Mike. It is Mouthing Off with Mike. One of 2 Eagles fans we're going to be getting in, replacing one of the Cowboys fans. So, Mike, how are you doing? Super happy to have you on.
Go Birds, baby. It's NFL draft night, fellas. How we living?
It has been a fun night so far. The Falcons pick is officially in.
Took
Mike,
them a long
real quick, I
time.
want to get your thoughts on this. Do you think they go Jalon Walker here?
I mean, he's still on the board. I mean, I would hope so. I mean, we've seen some weird picks up to this point in this draft. I mean, I'm sure the Prez loved his pick with the Cowboys, but yeah, I mean, if he's on the board, I think it makes sense. Falcons need the help.
Without a doubt. And I want to get your thoughts on the Tyler Booker pick for Dallas.
I mean, good for them, right? As the resident Eagles fan here, I mean, I'm thriving. I mean, it sounds like the Cowboys are cowboy in here today. So I'm sorry, Luke. I wish Mike was here. Mike disappeared. He heard I was coming in for the draft show, and he said, "Let me go ahead and let me get out of Dodge because I can't take that physical abuse." I mean, well, I guess we'll see. You know, I mean, it could help them, you know, on that side of the football, or it could be another dumb pick in the draft.
I like the pick. I'm super high on Booker. I wish he could have fallen to the Dolphins because Miami needs offensive line help. And I mean, Miami going Kenneth Grant, to me, that might be one of the more surprising picks out of the draft so far. But Chris, would you agree with that? And what do you think has been the most surprising move of the night?
I mean, there's a few. I mean, Colston Loveland to Chicago kind of made sense. I thought that was a little bit odd. And then, like I said before, Cleveland trading down was kind of strange. But Booker is a very Cowboys pick. Again, there were some players that they maybe could have gone for over. I don't think they necessarily reached, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe Matthew Golden wouldn't have been the worst to take some pressure off CeeDee Lamb, but
And Goodell is at the podium announcing the Falcons pick. Please not Jalon Walker. Yeah, it's Jalon Walker to the Falcons. They finally get their Georgia guy. I mean, we've been talking about it. This is a great pick for Atlanta. It feels like a no-brainer. He should have been now, in all honesty.
Yeah, they just fell right into their lap. I mean, how could you? That's perfection. How could you not?
I mean, they flaked on a Georgia boy a couple years ago with Jalen Carter. They went with Bijan instead, and I feel like this is their redemption arc.
Bijan worked out, though, I think, for them in their own sense. But like I was saying before, the Falcons are the definition of a team that just drafts best available as opposed to positional needs. But this year they had no choice but to draft, positional needs because that was the best available.
At least they didn't do like some kind of weird quarterback, whatever they did when they drafted Penix and signed,
Cousins.
Do you like that Cousins to the, the massive deal? So, at least Aaron
would have liked that.
I'm sorry. I was looking at some comments. What would I have liked?
You would have liked if the Falcons would have done something stupid and like drafted a quarterback again.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was hoping that Saints would have gone Jackson Dart. That would have made my night. More so than Mason Graham falling to Carolina would have made my night. But yeah, no, it's hard to point and laugh at the Saints. Or I mean, it's pretty easy, but
and they have other things they're worried about outside the draft.
Aaron, let's get your initial reaction as a Panthers fan being in this division. What are you? I mean, I'm sure you're not excited about them drafting Jalen Walker.
I'm really not. I wanted him in Carolina more so than Tet McMillan. He is super explosive. I mean, he's just a phenomenal athlete. It's a perfect pick for Carolina. Or not for Carolina, for Atlanta. It's going to be rough. Again, like I've said before, objectively, perfect pick. Subjectively, I hate it.
That kind of seems like your story of the draft so far.
Yeah.
Mike, what do you think about this pick? I know that you said it was a no-brainer, and I think we all basically said that, but just your initial reactions.
Well, I really think it's a good pick here for Atlanta. I mean, they need the help. I mean, they need a linebacker here in this situation. They obviously we know Georgia is that's the school where you go to get these guys.
Mhm.
I mean, I think it makes. I mean, I don't really have a lot of hope for ATL. I mean, their situation is. I mean, I feel like they need a quarterback. Who's their quarterback right now? Is it Ritter? Oh,
Penix.
Kirk Cousins.
It's
Cousins.
Penix.
Oh, it's Penix. That's right.
Penix. Yeah.
I mean, that could be good for them. I mean, they got Penix, they got Bijan. They're wide receivers. They could definitely use some wide receiver help, right? And
Yeah,
they got a couple guys
definitely.
that are C and B class wide receivers. No A guy here. No, I think it's a good pick.
Drake
I mean,
London is a beast, dude. Drake London,
Oh,
can't
yeah.
sleep on him.
He is very
Drake London.
good.
But that's
Drake
it.
London.
That's
It's
it after
Drake
that.
London and Kyle Pitts who can't
No,
do
don't
football.
mention Kyle Pitts. He's dead to me.
fantasy
Fantasy football wise, no, no.
All right, well, let's move on from that bird and talk about another one. The Cardinals are on the clock. All these teams are taking a long time to pick. It's like I felt like at the beginning, everybody knew who they were going for, and now they're taking a longer. But it looks like the pick is in. Let's talk about the big boards. Luke, who do you think they should take? Who is the best available?
Yeah, best available for me, I think, is Will Johnson. I think you could see that. I think a more pressing need for them, though, is a second wide receiver to pair with Marvin Harrison. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Matthew Golden here. I think that would be get Kyler another weapon. You really you look at the Cardinals depth chart; it's not very inspiring. So grab some more weapons, get that offense bolstered.
Like that.
I think that's.
Are there any big O-line prospects here on this board? Because I feel like the Cardinals could use some help at the O-line right now.
I like Josh Simmons a lot out of Ohio State. To me, he's the best available offensive lineman. You also got Donovan Jackson, Wyatt Millum, and Gray Zabel. Those are all shouts. I think Simmons probably has the most positional versatility. He was a phenomenal tackle, but he's also going to be able to kick into guard as well. So if you want somebody you can shuffle around the line a little bit, I think Simmons is your guy. And if you're looking at like just a really good guard, I think flip a coin between Donovan Jackson and Wyatt Millum. And you just need to – you can't talk about Donovan Jackson and not mention what he was able to do at left tackle when Simmons went down to shift over to such a key position on the offensive line and make a seamless transition and – look like you are just a left tackle and that's what you've been playing your entire college career is phenomenal. So, I mean, hats off to Jackson for how well he closed out last season.
Chris, let's hear from you. Who is your best player available, and who do you think the Cardinals should pick?
The best player available, and I do see Goodell here, so I'm going to hold this thought.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Walter Nolan.
Wow.
Walter Nolan is going to the Cardinals. Chris, we were at you, so let's just hear your initial thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, that was not what I was expecting necessarily. I don't think it's the worst pick, but when it comes to what I think they should have gone, not like that really matters very much at this point. I really think that I was going to say Mike Green. I mean, call me crazy. I think the Cardinals could have been the team to take the risk on Mike Green. We all know about the personal issues and blah, blah, blah. They went receiver last year, so probably Matthew Golden, not a great idea. And then the best available by a mile still is Will Johnson. Guys still hanging out there. Elite corner is still there. And this is crazy. I mean, I highlight this is not going to happen, quite obviously, because Cincinnati is about to be on the clock. You got Seattle, Tampa.
Surprised no one's traded up to try to get him or traded back into the first.
And I'm going to say this. I'm going to conclude on this. It would not make me super angry at this point if the Steelers at least considered trading up at this point for Will Johnson with how far he's fallen, or even a Mike Green. But because I have us going Malachi Starks, but we've already had that. But I rest my point.
And
But
Chris,
sorry to cut you off. A player as good as Will Johnson falling to the Bengals, they should have the pick in already. They're still on the clock. I don't understand that at all. Sprint to the podium right now. It's Will Johnson. This feels like a no-brainer to me, in all honesty.
Chris, being a Steelers guy, you're in that division. So how would you feel if the Bengals took Will Johnson here?
Well, I mean, I would have rather the Steelers try to trade with the Cardinals to get him initially, because the Bengals definitely aren't going to trade for us. But hey, you know, there are a lot of elite corners in that division already. I mean, there's every defense in that division is at least good, even Cleveland's. So while Baltimore rather kind of struggled in the secondary, there's still elite players there. So I think Will Johnson, Cincinnati, is going to be kind of scary, especially with our quarterback room.
Yeah, Mike, let's hear from you.
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm shocked. I figured, coming into this draft, they said Cardinals needed O-line and wide receiver as the top two positions. So seeing a defensive tackle here go here for the Cardinals, I mean, they did need to fortify the defense, and I think their hope is that this kind of adds a huge piece of the puzzle of this, whatever they're trying to build here in Arizona. I mean, Arizona's been very mediocre these last few years. I can speak to that personally. I hear a lot of Cardinal fans talk about it. So, I mean, I'm kind of thrown off here. Bengals pick is in, though.
That it is. I think Mike Green is another potential pick here. Obviously, the Bengals need help everywhere in defense. They just spin a wheel of the defensive players available right now, and that's what they need. Will Johnson's the best available for sure, but I think Mike Green is right up there as well.
I think Will Johnson or anyone else on defense makes a lot of sense, but I feel like I wouldn't be surprised to see a offensive line pick here.
I would not either. And also, this is a little out there. If the Bengals just want to full send into we're an offense-only team, we're putting up 50 points on your head week in, week out, I think Hampton would be a good pick if they wanted to commit to the bit.
Oof. They got to go defense. I mean, come on.
Well, without a doubt.
Joe Burrow had an MVP season last year. If they had any inkling of a better defense last year and then made the playoffs, Joe Burrow would have been the NFL MVP.
Easy.
Don't pick anything else. The Bengals don't pick anything else in this draft unless it's a defensive player. There's too many good defensive players out there. Your offense is good. You just signed both of your wide receivers. Running back, yeah. I mean, maybe you could pick up another free agent or something like that. You know, if you want to get your running back room a little bit deeper. But dude, don't look at anything else but defense. You ruined one of Joe Burrow's best seasons of his career last year. Period. Because you had no defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's no brainer what they should do. They need to go defense. Do we believe in them to actually address what they need to address?
I just want to point out, last season Joe Burrow took the second most sacks he's taken since he joined the league.
Josh
48. Josh Simmons, I think maybe Zabel. I feel like we can't sleep on them going offensive line here. I mean, Burrow is the franchise. You want to protect your franchise quarterback.
I think with how great they were offensively last year, I mean, the offense did not let you down whatsoever. I can't see it being anything other than defense. I mean, it's just like you don't need any more help there, in my opinion. Yes, like it always helps to keep your quarterback upright, but Joe Burrow is still pretty good at playing out of structure. He's not like elite, not one of the best like Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, but he can still play out of structure.
Josh Allen won.
I'm just talking about play style, Jason. Take it easy. I'm talking about playing out of structure. And Josh Allen is one of the absolute best in the leagues at playing out of structure. But Joe Burrow's also good there too. So I think you got to go defense. I think it's crazy to go offense in this scenario.
I wouldn't hate offensive line because, like Luke said, Burrow got hit a lot. and you need to protect your franchise guy. Goodell is walking to the podium as we speak, taking his sweet old time, though.
Old ass yapper, bro.
Not
And I
riding
am
his bike.
anti Roger Goodell.
I'm on, Roger.
Oh, Roger. Come on, buddy. What are you looking at, dude? Who's he looking at?
Looking at all the guys booing him.
Good. Keep booing him.
You'd be there for a
Booing that
long
ball.
time.
If you're
That's
viewing
a
it,
long
viewing the
draft
draft
card
right
at
now,
some
just
point.
start booing.
Hey, I like that. It is Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M. Like we mentioned early in the program, he had a phenomenal combine. Lacked the production that you really want to see out of a first-round pick, but the physical tools are all there, and he has a lot of potential. But Chris, as a fan of a rival team in the AFC North, what do you think about this pick for the Bengals?
He's a beast. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of defensive players there that are a beast. I mean, I would have probably had about the same reaction if they would have drafted Mike Green or Derek Harmon, Jody Barron, or Will Johnson. I mean, you know, it's a deep defensive player draft. We knew that this was probably going to happen. That's my reaction as a Steelers fan. My reaction as a general NFL fan is good pick, but like we've all made the point, Joe Burrow, the reason they didn't make the playoffs is how bad he was getting sacked, how he was getting his, you know what, handed to him. And we don't want that for Joe Burrow. He's the franchise and you need to be standing behind him. So
You think that's the reason they missed the playoffs was because he was getting sacked and not because the defense was letting up 40 points a game?
I think it was both.
Okay. Okay.
I would argue defense was much more of the reason.
98% of the reason.
I would say him. I mean, he did everything he could, but also he can only do that for so long is the point that I'm getting to.
Mhm.
He can only that's not a sustainable.
That's what I was kind of harping on.
Yeah.
You know, you want to make sure his body is healthy, and he is healthy for a long time.
He's good. He's Batman. He's all right. He ain't got to worry about that. He can get hit. He'll still get up. He got his little Batman car now, so he's good to go.
But Seahawks on the clock, and
Will Johnson.
This is
boom.
Man, they need to address offensive line. I think if they don't, we're going to see Sam Darnold back at his Jets self. He's going to be seeing ghosts. You gotta get a good offensive line around him. I think with Metcalf being gone, Matthew Golden is a potential pick here as well. Obviously, need to get some better weapons for Darnold to throw to, but I think Will Johnson, Jade Barron would be really strong shouts here as well. But offensive line, it's got to be O-line. You need to be able to give Darnold time to throw because he's shown that he doesn't really do well when he's not behind a strong offensive line.
Yeah, I gotta say, for someone coming out of college, I guess shout out to the NIL deals because my man's chain is icy. That's the only thing I can notice. I haven't noticed a single thing else going on in this draft except this man's massive icy ass chain on his neck, dude. That thing looks heavy. That'd be at least 15 pounds of diamonds there, man. That thing, look at it's a gorilla. Yeah. It's an ape. I love it. I'm obsessed. So, Mike Prez, if you got it in the budget, that's what I would like for mouthing off with Mike. I'd like that.
It's like the Indiana Jones idol, like the Indiana Jones idol, like big old.
So sick. I'm gonna need that one.
It was good. Seahawks pick is in, but it looks like we might be jumping to a commercial break here.
I think they go Mbuka. I think they go wide receiver.
Oh.
JSN, Jackson Smith is not the answer. They need. They lost.
JSN is really good.
Lockett.
I will not stand for JSN disrespect. I would really like Egbuka, though.
Well, he needs help. He can't be the only one there. So it's not a disrespect. It's actually a compliment because he's going to get doubled if they don't put another wide receiver with him. Lockett goes to Tennessee. You trade DK away to Pittsburgh. You got to put another guy in that league. They need to make a splash. But they do need help everywhere. They need help in the offensive line. Their defense has been atrocious. They are not the Legion of Boom anymore. Seattle used to be one of the hardest stadiums to play in the NFL. they aren't anymore. They do not have the home field advantage. The New York Giants beat them last year at home. So they need to do something on the defensive side of the ball desperately also, because they are not the Legion of Boom anymore.
He should go and just get his brother from the Pirates organization to be another receiver. Go get JSN's brother. He's just rotting in the Pirates minor leagues. So the Pirates don't need him.
And Goodell's walking to the podium.
I don't know. I don't see wide receiver here. I think if they go wide receiver, it's a day 2 pick.
Mel's best available.
I like Simmons here a lot. Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State. Hey,
Wow.
I like that too. One of the best available offensive linemen, and
Wow.
I like that pick a lot.
Close to home too, north.
Oh yeah, but
Northern guy.
Chris, what are your Chris and Jason? I know you two are pretty big on Gray Zabel. Jason, I'll kick it to you first. You were saying he was pretty underrated earlier in the show. What do you think about this pick for the Seahawks?
I think it's a good steal. They definitely need some help, and it's because he went to North Dakota State. I mean, if he went to a top 5, top 10 school, he would have been a top 10 pick. I mean, this kid has a lot of talent. He moves the line, super athletic. He's a smart pick. But he's gonna be a beast for Seattle, man. And Sam Darnold is going to be thankful he has him. So, but yeah, Zabel, I think if he went to a big school, if he went to Michigan or Alabama or something, he would have been a top 10 pick, hands down. Just that's how talented he is. But it's just because he went to North Dakota State, everybody slept on him. So I think they got to steal.
And
there he is.
he's back.
There he
Hey,
is.
say my name. I appear. First of all, when I leave, Mike starts talking trash, and apparently there's some sort of chain in the budget now. Like
Yes.
what's happened?
Yeah, so you go back, Shamar Stewart, just got drafted, to the Seattle. Who was it? Seattle Seahawks? I don't even remember what pick that was.
Bengals.
The
Bengals.
They had this awesome ape chain. So Prez, I'm gonna need one of those. Open those pockets real deep. Watch out for the moths, but I'm gonna need that chain.
Well, I don't want to cover up your chest hair, obviously.
Well,
I mean, that's the moneymaker right
How
there.
could you? How could you ever?
But to get back to
Leadership is rose.
football a little bit, Levante David obviously getting up there in age a little bit, but Jihad Campbell is sitting right there. You could be a potential heir apparent for David. Michael, I'll throw this to you since you're back on the show. What do you think the Bucs should do here?
Well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I want to say that they go for an edge rusher, especially. I think they would have loved Tyler Warren in this position, but I feel like you really need to put pressure on the weaker offensive lines like the Carolina Panthers in the division. Put some pressure on Michael Penix in his first true year starting. Whoever's the quarterback in New Orleans this year, I feel like if Tampa can really dominate the line of scrimmage, and they also went out and got Hassan Reddick too. I feel like both of those guys can make an impact for Tampa Bay.
Those are great shouts. What I really, really just fail to understand in the slightest is the disrespect for the Panthers' offensive line. I do not get it. They were good last year. I don't know why people are saying they are weak. Bryce Young's rookie year, terrible offensive line. They went out, they spent money. They brought in Damian Lewis. They brought in Robert Hunt. Ikem Ekwonu, he's finally looking like the offensive tackle we were expecting him to look like. The hate for their offensive line is genuinely baffling to me, and it makes me think that y'all just are not watching enough Panthers football.
I mean, at the very least, the offensive line is like mid. It's okay. It's not like one of the better ones in the league, so.
It's top 10. Handily.
I will say, for the Buccaneers, what I would be doing, I would have had Will Johnson stenciled in the minute I got on the clock here. I mean, you look at their depth chart; it's little light when it comes to the cornerbacks.
And the pick is in for the Buccaneers. Again, Will Johnson, he's the best player on the board by a country mile. It's not close. This would be a great pick for Tampa Bay. I also think a Mike Green could go here as well.
James Pierce.
James Pierce is the guy. James Pierce is the guy.
I think I agree with you. I mean, Will Johnson is the best on the board. I think he would be my pick. I'm going to manifest that he's not going to be the pick because I want him to go to Green Bay. But James Pierce would be a very, very good pick here, in my opinion.
I just hope that Will Johnson doesn't just drop to Philadelphia and they're like, oh, we'll take him and we'll
it's
put him
gonna
in
happen.
this young secondary.
Oh my
It's gonna
God,
happen.
dude! That would
We're
be
almost there,
ridiculous.
baby.
Why did you have
You're
to
not
even
wrong.
say it? Why did you even say it?
You're not wrong. I also, to kick it back to the Panthers offensive line, because I'm still on this. I'm going to stay on this. I've read 5 articles in the last couple minutes. Every single one has the Panthers in the top 10. Y'all need to watch more Panthers football because, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
We
Like I
can't. They're
said,
not on
top 10
TV.
offensive line. It's easy. Moton was great. Didn't allow very many pressures, 3.1% pressure allowed on passing plays. Watch Panthers football. That is not a bad offensive line. It is top 10.
How are you watching
find that
Panthers
hill.
football in Ohio? I know it's not local there, and that's the only time I've ever seen them on TV.
Let this man live.
I got YouTube TV. I'm
You're on the
watching,
Ocho.
watching the
Hey,
Panthers
Sunday
on that.
ticket.
I watched every single Panthers game this season. That was a great offensive line that I watched play.
Not great, Aaron. You don't have
It
to say
was great.
great.
Carson, watch Panthers football.
You don't have to say great though.
It was a top 10 line in the entire NFL. Easy.
Timeout.
Watch.
Why
Watch the
is
games.
Gilly the diehard Eagles fan with Shador Sanders right now?
Ooh. Oh, but
Yeah.
he was at the podium.
Yeah. One of the biggest Eagles fans that you saw on social media this year, the guy who wears the big hat, Gilly.
Oh,
is with
wow.
Shador Sanders.
The pick is a
Weird.
Mecca
Oh, my
for the
gosh.
Buccaneers.
Oh,
Whoa.
that's a great
Wow.
pick.
I mean, he is a great player, and it
Wow.
makes me really sad that he's going to a rival team, but
A ton of wide receivers.
That.
Fantasy draft stock just took a hit. Oof.
but
That is.
Rest in
Ooh,
peace to
Jason,
me
what's
drafting
the-
Mike Evans every year for the past like 5 years.
the fantasy outlook looking for Evans, Godwin, and now Egbuka coming in as a wide receiver 3 for Tampa.
4. You had McMillan from last year. So I mean, that was a really interesting pick.
Wow.
Wow.
Do you think
I'm a
they're
little
trying to
speechless,
get
honestly.
younger?
Yeah, but you wouldn't have signed
Chris Godwin to that huge
Godwin
contract.
back. Yeah. Or you would have traded Mike Evans.
I
That-
agree with that.
Yeah, that's
Mike Evans, he's getting up there in age a little bit. Yes, he still hit 1,000 yards, but we're going to start to see him slow down, and Godwin's been injured pretty consistently for a lot of his career.
no, just his first year was last year. He was really injured. Huh.
Godwin or Evans?
Godwin. Evans always gets banged up here and there. But Godwin was usually pretty consistent. Last year was his first year where he was really out significant time. But yeah, I would have thought they would win defense, especially with the Falcons going defense. I would have really expected Tampa Bay to load up. Again, defense wins championships. You look at a Warren Sapp. You know that's the guys that got him to the promised land. So that's a curious pick from Tampa Bay.
Why have we not seen Golden go off the board yet? I mean, that speed that he has is just game breaking. I thought somebody would have picked him up right by now. Michael, why do you think he is still on the board?
You cut out for that part, or at least in my headset. Who'd you say?
Golden, Matthew Golden.
Yeah, I'm shook because this dude had 4.29 speed, and I really felt that Dallas would have taken him at 12, or even just trade back if they really had their sights set on Tyler Booker. When it comes to other teams, maybe looking for a wide receiver, you could have Denver helping out Bo Nix. There were rumors that Cortland Sutton might move on from him. You got the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers dropped everything Justin Herbert threw their way. So there is some hope that Matthew Golden will go off the board sometime tonight. But yeah, I am shook that Dallas passed up on him.
Yeah,
Shocking.
I completely agree.
Cody
That
in
would
the
hurt
comments,
worse. That would hurt worse.
Hampton
Yeah.
at 20. I think that's the pick to make here. In all honesty, he would do massive numbers in that Denver offense. I think it would be perfect. But Golden's another really, really good shout here to Denver. This is where I had Colston Loveland going. So I still think they go offense, in all honesty. Hampton, Golden, can't go wrong either way, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, the defense is set, in my opinion.
One of the best defenses in NFL. They were nasty last year.
Exactly. So it's got to be offense.
It's either Golden or Hampton, in my opinion. I think it's just a coin flip on who they want first round versus second round, because the running back and the wide receiver draft classes are both pretty deep. I think by the time they get to their pick in the second, that they'll have, the other option. If they take running back here, they'll have a wide receiver like maybe a Luther Burden. If they take wide receiver here, they'll have maybe a Scadaboo or someone in the second round. So I think it just comes down to coin flip between wide receiver and running back.
I was going to ask about that, fellas, as your local Arizona State, alumni here, Cam Scadaboo, I figure early second round, that's what I'm leaning.
I think he's underrated. I like him. I'm excited for him for fantasy football.
My projected location was the Raiders in the second round. That is not a possibility anymore with Ashton going to them in the first round. So,
what about the Cowboys?
I can see him going to the Bears second round.
Mike, if Scadaboo goes to the Cowboys, I probably will find a local balcony. I'm going to be honest with you. Balcony. I'm on a second floor right now. Swan dive, baby. Swanton bomb to the concrete happening.
And real quick before the pick is in for Denver, but let's welcome in our 8th panelist. It is Sean. We got another Eagles fan on. Sean, how are you doing? Happy to have you on the show.
Hey, good to be over here, Aaron. Been enjoying all the great commentary from you guys. Been just enjoying everything as I'm watching the draft. Now, Shadur, I tell you, we had a nice setup. Worked on it all day, took off work, had a chalkboard, an expo board, had all my X's and O's up there, and then the Cleveland Browns just messed up everything, and we tore it all down and jumped in like this. But been a good draft, defensive draft as we do it. Surprised Shadur has dropped this far, so I wanted to jump in a little early because I feel like Pittsburgh is now the landing spot for him.
Without a doubt, and that's something that we talked about earlier in the show. Once the Saints didn't take him, it felt like, hey, Pittsburgh is the next team up that's really needy for a quarterback. But Denver's pick is in. Sean, what do you think they go here? We'd been talking about Amari and Hampton or Matthew Golden to help bolster up that offense because the defense is already top tier.
I think it would be Hampton, who I'm looking for. They got a good quarterback with Bo. He's got a rocket. He can throw that thing when he was over in Oregon. So I'm thinking going that way would be good for them.
Without a doubt. And they got Matthew Golden on the screen right now. He's tied for the most receiving touchdowns in the SEC last year. I don't think you can go wrong with Golden or Hampton. Who's best left on the board? Will Johnson by a mile. Hands down
crazy.
best on the board. I like
Denver
Will
takes him,
Johnson.
game over. Whew.
Yeah.
Get Harbaugh, Michigan guy in there.
Is that Brad Williams, the comedian? That is, in fact, Brad Williams, the comedian. There's only one person that looks like this on the face of the earth.
Well, Michael, I want to hear your thoughts on this because we've been having this debate, we've been talking about it. Do you prefer Golden or do you prefer Hampton?
I prefer Hampton. I think Golden is really fast, but size in the NFL matters. And there's not a lot of great running backs like Genty or Hampton. And I watched Hampton in person when UNC and Duke played right after the hurricane. And he just ran over a very, very stout Duke defense. And if UNC didn't start like throwing the ball, we probably lose that game. So this is a Duke fan saying that Omarion Hampton is that dude.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I watched him.
Ben.
I watched him tear up App State 2 times in person, and it felt really obvious that like this is that guy. Ooh, that is interesting, but I don't hate it.
Let me get this to refresh. Hopefully, they'll tell me who the pick is.
Jahad Barron.
Wow.
Okay, Jahad Barron
Whoa.
is the pick for the Broncos. Luke, we haven't heard from you. Tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, I feel like that was I was kind of talking earlier about how the wide receiver and running back classes are so deep they can get a guy on day 2. So I feel like this was just them saying, "Hey, let's take the best guy available." Even though a lot of people would probably say that's Will Johnson, I would say that's Will Johnson, but there's got to be something going on. We talked at the beginning of the show about Jeremiah Smith having him drop out of the first round. There's something that these teams are talking about. They know about Will Johnson that has him just on an absolute landslide right now. So, honestly, I don't hate the pick.
I don't either.
I feel the same way. And Aaron, you are a Michigan fan. Is there something about Will Johnson that everybody needs to be avoiding? Is it just the injuries?
It's the injury and the arm length, but I'm still really confused. Like, I could have seen Carolina take him at 8, and I'd have been like, oh, yeah. I could have seen Jacksonville take him at 5 and be like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. I think the injury is concerning a lot of teams. And, I mean, the arm length isn't great, but, I mean, look at how productive he was playing at an incredibly high level of football. I do not understand this kind of drop for Will Johnson. Carson, it's looking like he's going to be there for Green Bay, in all honesty.
Please, I'm begging the football gods. I want him. I'm tired of Jair. I truly am. I don't want him. I mean, I'm happy he's on my team. He's a really good cornerback when he's available, but he's so rarely available. It's infuriating. And I know that might kind of seem like, I don't know, maybe it seems a little hypocritical because Will Johnson is injured and that's the concern right now, but I'd rather risk it on him than Jair because I don't think he's ever going to be healthy for an extended period of time. I mean, I truly think he's like Kawhi. If we're comparing it to the NBA, I think he's at Kawhi level of injured. So I don't want.
That's what I'm thinking.
Somebody else needs to come in and handle this.
Well, on that note, Chris, your Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. What are they doing here? Is it Shedeur Sanders? Do they take a Malachi Starks like you had them projected?
I don't know. So if it's Sanders, I'm not going to be that surprised. Again, I don't think that it should be Sanders. I just don't think this is the year to go for a quarterback. I would much rather it be a Will Johnson. I would much rather it be even a Mike Green or Malachi Starks. So I initially had them going for, but actually I did not have Will Johnson or Shedeur Sanders still being on the available here. So we're about to find out. I don't know. It's kind of a wide open book for this team at this point, So we are what we are, and
from what I'm seeing,
nothing
people
you can do.
are heavy speculating here. Might be Steelers
be
Sanders
Shedeur.
pretty soon.
It's got to be Shedeur. They need a quarterback. It's got to be him.
Well, Goodell's walking to the podium right now. He's actually moving pretty good for him.
It's gonna be Hampton. gonna be Hampton.
Ooh,
I
that
like
would be a
Jalen
nice
Warren, but
pick.
it's gonna be Hampton.
Yeah, I mean they did lose.
They just did a shot on NFL Network. Deion smiling ear to ear.
Wow.
Oh, there it is.
Derek Harmon out of Oregon.
That's what I meant. Harmon. I meant Harmon.
Oh, he's done.
Chris, thoughts on that pick for your Pittsburgh
That's the
Steelers?
most Steelers pick ever. I'm not mad. I'm not. I mean, the interior line is always needed, and that's our bread and butter. And if we would have kept Justin Fields, this would have been an ideal situation. But I'm not mad. I'm not. That could have been a lot worse. I was kind of expecting them to go like Jackson Dart. That's when I was going to go pull a certain other Steelers fan who's on YouTube was, kind of comically reacts to stuff. I probably would have reacted similar to the way he does if they drafted Jackson Dart. But yeah, that's a Steelers pick. That's all I can say.
Can I throw a question out right quick then?
Absolutely.
So they didn't get Shador. That means Aaron Rodgers is coming to Pittsburgh, right?
It's looking like
Ooh.
Chris,
I
what
like
do you
that.
think of Rodgers in Pittsburgh?
Chris,
What do I
what
think of
would
Rodgers
you
in
say
Pittsburgh?
if he went to Pittsburgh?
I hate the man. I would rather just roll with a third string or just get like Will Howard in the second round over Aaron Rodgers.
What I'm
saying
hearing
that
is
completely.
you want Malinoff with Mike to be the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, baby.
I would honestly rather have mouthing off with Mike. I would rather have CM Punk as than Aaron Rodgers.
At least CM Punk's not going on any drug retreats.
I mean, let's just get Key Brian Hayes. I mean, he can't hit the ball, but he can throw the ball from third base. So let's just get Key Brian Hayes over for the Pirates real quick. We were talking about bringing baseball players into football. Just borrow them for a year.
And Luke, you said you had a bold prediction here. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I said earlier in the draft that to me Cam Ward was the only first-round quarterback in grade. And I'm going to say no more quarterbacks this round.
I can see that. Yep.
Rams go something different.
I could see a Cleveland or a New York moving back up.
I think you sit happily content because they'll fall to the second round. Dart and Sanders.
Yeah.
I think I agree with that, actually. Yeah. I mean, I don't really see a reason to move up because nobody else is taking them. Michael, you got something on your mind, and I want to hear it.
So I can see Luke's theory right now with, other teams like, just saying, hey, we'll wait till tomorrow. But the real reason to move back up into the first round is you get the 5th-year option. So if you want to have a quarterback for that 5th year before you sign them to a massive deal, it would benefit one of these teams with trading up with a Kansas City or get all the way to 32 and trade with Philadelphia. So it just upsets Mike and Sean. That they don't get a pick tonight.
Well, technically, the pick by the Cardinals was the one that upset all the Eagles fans because I guess he was poised to go to Philly. So, Jonathan Gannon, you'll pay for your crimes.
Well, we got the Chargers up next. They are still on the clock running. They got about 4 minutes left.
Cool.
Zach, what is your prediction for this Chargers pick? Could you hear me? Zach?
Zach?
Oh, I don't know what I'm even talking about. I meant Luke. I'm so sorry. Luke.
Zach.
We had another guy here.
Hey, say it's not
whole
your
ass
years.
name.
Where's Zach?
I was like, okay, are you going to go? Or I guess I'll go.
Shout out
I'll go to
Zach.
Sean.
Yeah, I could see a few different things here. I like what Drew in the chat said about repairing Johnson with Harbaugh. I feel like that's not a high need for the Chargers, though. I feel like we might see a Matthew Golden here or I wouldn't be surprised to see someone on the offensive line to help protect Justin Herbert.
You think the offensive line needs more help? I mean, I feel like they're pretty set. They had a really good offensive line.
I mean, that would be like a less pressing matter to me, but I feel like to me it's going to be offense, probably Matthew Golden, maybe Omari and Hampton.
Yeah.
My thought would be Golden. I think I mean the Chargers dropped every single ball that Justin Herbert threw to him last year. So I would get Golden. Sean, do you agree with me?
No, I got to go with Drew on this. I think you go for Will Johnson. The Harbaugh connection with Michigan. Why not go get a kid that you already coached that you can just plug and play into your system now? So I know it's not the best pick for the Chargers, but it's the safest pick for Harbaugh.
Yeah, that Michigan connection is something different. So I could absolutely see that. Aaron, you're the Michigan guy. Do you think Will Johnson would be a good fit in LA?
I think he would be as a perfect fit. I don't think you're getting a better fit for the Chargers at this pick. Like Sean said, the familiarity with Harbaugh and his system, it's almost a dream scenario. It's not the biggest need, but the fact that a player this good, who Harbaugh already has worked with for years and won a national championship with, I've been saying this for a while. Will Johnson, best player left available by a mile. It's clear as day to me, but we keep seeing him drop. I'd love to see him reconnect with Harbaugh, but Hampton's a solid pick too. They need to get receiver help. Like Matthew Golden here would be really good as well, but Will Johnson, best available, he's got to go at some point.
I mean,
He's
something
gotta go at
doesn't
some
seem
point.
right here because we got a minute left in this. Is the pick in on your guys' end? Because I'm on a West Coast, so I might be behind.
No.
But some smells like a trade brewing here. This is a long time for the picks. We've seen the
It's a
picks
possibility.
I'm feeling something fishy going on. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my vibe is off, but I feel like there's something going down right now.
Who do you think it might be with, Mike? I mean, make a take here.
I mean, who real? I mean, could it be someone that already picked from earlier? Like maybe the Raiders are trading back into the first round. Could grab
Saints.
one of these wide receivers, the Saints, right?
Saints getting back
Maybe-
in with Shador.
Maybe
Ooh.
that could be it. That'd be a
would they
great
trade
take.
this high up? I don't see the need for that.
I mean, that would blow up my bold prediction, so I hope it doesn't happen. But I also could see it happening.
We're 30 seconds now, at least on my end. I don't know where you guys are at.
I've got
Right
Yeah,
10
yeah,
I'm
seconds.
at,
I've got 10
I'm at
seconds.
17.
There's a trade. Trade.
What about the Rams trading up to get a younger option to sit behind Matt Stafford?
LA does.
I feel
fit,
like you don't need to move up, like, what is it, 4 picks, 5 picks? I doubt anyone before the Rams are going to pick someone.
Well, time has
Well, the
run
pick
out
is in, no
for the
trade.
Chargers, so the pick is officially in, and I agree. Something is fishy with them taking so long. I want to talk about Will Johnson more because I think it's pretty problematic if even Harbaugh doesn't pick Will Johnson here. That to me is like a red flag, like something is really wrong. Michael,
Well,
do you
that might be
agree?
the issue. You got Harbaugh who wants Will Johnson, but then you have the GM who wants a Golden. So now you have, two people butting heads here against each other because one wants to go one way and the other one wants to go the other way. So there may be some dissension in the ranks there in the war room.
That would make sense. That would absolutely make sense. But
Who would have thought he would have fallen this far? So, you go into the draft like, oh, God, this guy's not going to fall this far. And the next thing you know, boom. Oh, wait a minute. We were going to go one way.
yeah,
They're doing a lot of yapping here, fellas. They are buying time right now.
Yeah,
they
Yeah.
have to be. Yeah.
that's a trade.
There has to be. I mean, I could be losing my
The
mind.
pick's
here.
in already, though. It can't be a
think they're
trade.
just wasting
Goodell's
airtime, to be honest.
old ass hasn't walked across that
I
stage.
wish
yet.
we
I
could
don't know.
Yeah,
have
he's just-
seen a forfeit. That would have been funny.
Now that would be
Dude, I've
a
seen
Charger
everything
thing
today.
to do.
That would
Yeah,
be
they are
insane.
stalling.
So I mean, listen, they keep showing Sanders. They keep showing Sanders in Texas. Here's Sanders. Here's Sanders. Here's Sanders. So I mean, Mike, I'm gonna be real with you. You might be onto something here. With Sanders. Maybe someone did trade up. Maybe LA did trade up. I mean, LA fits his ego. Let's be real here. Like, I'm anti-Sanders. Like, I hope he falls to the second round, to be honest with you, just because of the way he acts in the media and everything. I mean, talent be damned. It's going to be a sideshow in whatever city, state, team he goes to with him and his dad. So, I mean, I might
Well,
sound
here we
like a
go.
real – oh, here it is.
Okay, Amarion Hampton is the pick. Well, that's what I just saw, but it
Yep.
went away.
That's the pick.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
That is the pick.
Amari and Hampton. I mean, I feel like
Hmm.
I'm biased as hell here.
Guys-
Scatterboo clears Hampton.
We've got some absolute reactions here.
Wow.
Mike, let me hear from you real quick.
I mean, this is, hey, look, I feel like if you're going to take, I'm biased as hell. You heard me say it. I'm taking a running back at this position. I'm probably going Scatterboo. I like Scatterboo. That's me. Amari Hampton's a hell of a player, but I don't know. I feel like Scatterboo, you're going to get more impact plays out of it. I think he's a better player. That's bias. So I can't really talk on this pick.
And Michael,
Wow.
what do you think about it too? Because you had a reaction as well.
Okay, so we don't get Ashton Genty, and that's fine. But the Chargers just signed Najee Harris. The Chargers are notorious for like, hey, let's get 4, 5, 6 different running backs and then not use them properly. You also have Will Johnson, who was playing with Harbaugh, and he passes up on Johnson, which to me tells me Will Johnson might slip out of the first round. And then in addition, nobody catches the ball for Justin Herbert. Everybody says that Justin Herbert is like the greatest thing since sliced bread. And every time he throws Quentin Johnston, it drops. I mean, they got Ladd McConkey and nothing else. And so instead of giving somebody on the offensive side of the ball who can catch it for Justin Herbert, you're going to give it to Amari and Hampton. And teams are going to be like, oh, the receivers are going to drop the ball anyway, so we can fill up the box. And so this is a backwards pick for the Chargers.
I mean, to your point, Hampton is a really strong receiving threat. Yes, a wide receiver would have been better, but let's not act like you can't have Hampton run routes and be a really dangerous weapon for Justin Herbert.
That hurts his fantasy stock too. Hampton going to the Chargers, where he's going to have to share the ball. He's going to be a lesser option. I think that hurts his fantasy football draft stock huge, right there. I don't think that was a good fit at all. Nope.
And Cody's saying he hates it for the Raiders because Hampton's going to be a problem. Harbaugh ran the ball a lot with Michigan. He's got a running back by committee set up really, really well. But Carson, Will Johnson's on the board. Your Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Is this the guy you want, or are you shifting gears a little bit because of how far he's fallen?
I know I just made that whole rant. And listen, I would still be happy with Will Johnson. I'd be very happy, but I'm nervous. Like, to me, that says something. If the guy's former coach isn't going to draft him, and he's clearly the best available. To me, that kind of yells like that's a red flag for me. I guess that kind of means I would have been disappointed either way, because if the Chargers would have taken him, I would have been disappointed. And now if the Packers take him, I might be a little disappointed. I really like James Pierce Jr. here. The Packers' biggest problem, in my opinion, was putting pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And James Pierce Jr. can do that coming off the edge. So I think I think just because Will Johnson is the best available by a country mile, I want Will Johnson. But if it's not Will Johnson, it better be James Pierce Jr. And if we somehow take an offensive lineman, which is what the Packers do every single year, I'm going to throw my phone across the room. You guys will see it fly through my house.
Yes.
Packers picks and Steelers
Viral
picks.
content.
You and I
Yes.
can always relate on that, Carson, is our Packers picks and Steelers picks.
Yep.
Now, the real question here is, Luke said if Jackson Dart got taken, he would eat a boiled shoe. Carson, if the Packers go offensive line, will
You got to throw the
eat a
phone.
boiled shoe?
I don't think I'll eat a boiled shoe. But
shave your head.
I'll eat a boiled shoe. I'll eat a boiled shoe. I will boil my shoe. I'll boil my extra tufts.
Oh boy. Oh my goodness. He said
He
I'm
went
going
with
all in.
boiled shoe over just shaving your head.
Yeah.
I mean, your
Yeah,
head's
I'm
going
taking
to
the
grow
head.
back, but that taste will never leave your mouth.
Yeah.
It'll leave my mouth. I got some pretty clean shoes. Some shoes that I haven't worn in a while, or maybe ever. So
Nah. It's got to be beaters. You got to get the flavor.
Look
you know,
at
from
my
the ground.
hair.
Shoe
Look at
glue is
my
pretty
line.
toxic too, man.
Flow.
Hair. I'm
The
not
flow will
shaving
grow
that.
back. It'll
I'm
grow
not
back.
shaving
Dude.
it.
You can wear
Also,
hats. It'll
shout
be
out
fine.
to my girlfriend. I promised her I'd let her cut it. So I can't shave.
Okay.
I promised her I'd let her cut it. So shout out her. I'll eat a boiled shoe instead.
All right. That's fair. I mean, it's
That's
either
two
boiled shoe or throw
shoes.
the phone. It's either throw the phone, you know what I mean?
My
I'm
phone won't be
loving
able
this.
to take it.
I just want you guys to know I'm absolutely loving this. This was a genius idea here by you two, Carson, Aaron. Love everything about this. I get to sit back, relax with my Super Bowl championship imaginary here on my shoulder, and I get to watch all of you guys absolutely hate your draft picks.
I didn't hate mine.
I love mine. I'm good.
No,
That's the thing.
Sean, no.
I didn't hate mine.
I'm
Listen,
good.
Jason, Carter will be an Eagle by 2028.
No.
So thank you for that.
No.
Wow.
No.
Sean and I have the best job in the world, Sean, right? Listen, we get to sit back, watch all of them sweat, and we get to say, hey, look, we're Super Bowl champions, baby. It don't matter who's on the 32 spot on the board for us because we're going back, baby. We're running it back.
I mean, hey, that's a bold prediction, but Philly is a really great team. They're definitely going to be right back in contention next year. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
Never want to be quiet,
Richard,
Carson.
see what
This
they-
is your moment.
Are you guys okay if I cry on camera?
Go
Yes.
for it.
I mean, I was
Well,
ready
man,
to crash out if they drafted Jackson Dart. So
I'll
It's a shame they didn't. That would have been really good content.
give me
Offensive line.
give me your address. I have a shoe picked out for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
What kind? What kind?
Extra thick sole.
a nice like Vans ripoff type shoe.
Ooh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite boil.
I'm absolutely feeling go line here.
Josh Conley Jr.
No, it's gonna be Simmons out of Ohio State.
I think Jason's way ahead of us here. East Coast, Mr. East Coast got us. Mr. New York, he beat us. Is that a cat? That is a cat. Hey, kitty.
Yes,
Hey,
that's
kitty.
Twinkle. I got Twinkle and I got 10. I got the cat and the dog here.
I love it. I love it here. The tequila's talking to me, fellas. It's like the Green Goblin mask. It's just.
I might need to share
Put it in
some
my
of that. I was
Please,
being good.
come on
I
over.
didn't have a beverage.
I mean, these are basically nightcap hours, so I figured, Prez wouldn't mind, if I.
It is nightcap
libations.
hours, but not nightcap disclaimer.
No nightcap disclaimer. Yeah, no nightcap disclaimer. I could read it for you guys if you need to. I mean, we're getting into the later hours here for you guys. Once
Well,
we
I
hit
mean,
11 o'clock, it's
Press is
witching hour.
about to bounce, but we'll leave that up to him if we're allowed to do that.
Prez, I love you.
Get
I
down
love
the
you.
podium right now.
Now they're off with Mike.
Uh,
I am leaving, but I do want to see Carson eat this boiled shoe. So I want to see what this Packers pick is. By the way, this has been fun. This is great. You guys are killing it. Thank you guys for, not only people watching, choosing us as your coverage, but also everybody who's been on the show tonight. Carson, Aaron, you're doing a great job with your new show, Hoops and Helmets. And there's more to come. There's more to come.
That's touching, Michael. That's the second time tonight that you have touched my heart. And I appreciate that. But on a real note, thank everybody for watching. We're not done yet. We're going until this draft
We
is
still
over.
got an hour.
The first round of the draft is over. But thank everybody for watching with us and choosing us as your draft coverage, and to our live panelists. I mean, you guys make this possible, so thank you guys so much for being on.
The pick is being announced.
Here it is. Offensive tackle.
Give me Josh Simmons. Give me Wyatt Millum.
Wyatt Millum, yeah.
Oh, he's taking his time. That's
And
it.
now it is at Green Bay, so
Yeah.
Who's this Will Ferrell looking guy?
He's the president and CEO of the Packers.
Of the Packers.
Hey, Jerry Jones didn't come out and announce this selection. Why is their president?
Green
coming out?
Bay.
Because he's not in
Hey,
Dallas.
Michael.
if Jerry Jones came out,
Jerry
and-
Jones would have
and
stuff
announced the
thrown at
selection,
him.
probably would
Jerry
have got,
Jones
like,
is going to turn to dust if he
stuff
takes
thrown
2
at him.
steps.
announce the pick.
Oh, he's doing it. Select. Come on. Come on. Oh,
Tell me.
spit it out.
Oh,
Wow.
Golden.
Wow. Carson.
First
No
time.
boiled
Wait,
shoe.
who is it? Who is it? I don't see yet.
It's Matthew Golden.
Matthew Golden.
No, they draft a
Wide receiver,
receiver.
first time in the first round.
You know,
After Aaron Rodgers is
I
gone,
don't-
they draft a receiver.
I probably wouldn't have gone wide receiver, and it genuinely does infuriate me. Aaron Rodgers was coming off 2 MVPs, 2 in a row. He won 2 MVPs. We hadn't won a championship. We hadn't won a championship since 2011. And I don't remember who we drafted, but I remember not being happy about it. I mean, we drafted Jordan Love on one of them in the first round, which, I mean, obviously has like ended up okay, but look, no, hindsight's 2020. Matthew Golden is going to be good, and we need more receiver talent. We need a wide receiver 1. Hopefully he can be that guy. I honestly don't think he is a wide receiver 1 for us.
Oh, man.
It's not an offensive tackle. I don't have to eat a boiled shoe.
The Vikings pick is in already.
That's what's
Wow.
important.
Is this Will Johnson?
I
He
wouldn't
has
be
to be.
surprised if it's
So
not.
long now.
Matthew Golden looks like he's 12 and 23 at the same time. I can't. I'm just gonna be color commentary.
I
tonight.
really think that Carson and I's fan base are just tied in this weird, macabre way of just doing the weirdest things, like the Steelers going for DK Metcalf out of nowhere. The you guys drafting Matthew Golden like 2 years after Rodgers is gone, and now like then the Steelers going back to the traditionalness. This is so utterly Packers and Steelers. Like
The thing is, it's so not Packers, though. I don't remember the last time we drafted actual skill position in the first round, but it is so Packers in the same time of like
to wait.
that's
when
not what
Rodgers
we
is
were
gone.
looking- right, to wait. And the thing is, like, we both of our organizations are very good organizations. The Steelers have been competitive, and the Packers have both been competitive for a long, long time. But I swear in the draft, we don't make the right decisions. Ever. We never make the right decisions.
No.
Edgerrin Cooper was the only right decision the Packers have made and Jordan Love in 20 years.
Steelers, we got TJ Watt, so I'll toot our own horn with that. TJ Watt was a good pick.
But
Michael, you said you got a take. I want to hear it.
Carson, you're being so disrespectful to this guy right now. This dude is about to feed your family. He's about to feed Jordan Love's family. And he runs a 4.29, and you got him at what, pick 23? I mean, you're going to be like looking back, and the Cowboys and Packers are going to play, and Golden's going to run by whoever we have at corner, And you're going to be laughing and be like, oh, Golden, 1 touchdown, 2 touchdown, 3 touchdown. And I'm going to be like, you remember that time you disrespected Matthew Golden? Like, this is a really good pick, and I'm really upset he didn't fall to the second round. But hopefully Tyler Booker is like a 12-time first-team All-Pro because, man, no Hampton, no Golden, no Nolan. This is tough.
Listen, I'm not denying that could happen, and I don't think this is necessarily even a terrible pick. I just think the timing of it is weird, considering you had a 2-time MVP in Aaron Rodgers. And I think that, I mean, who's he going to replace on the offense? I mean, it's not going to be Jaden Reed. I don't think it's not going to be Romeo Doubs. Maybe Dontavian Wicks, but I like him. He still had, like, I think the highest separation rate in the NFL. He just needs to catch balls. And did I already say Romeo Doubs? Oh, Chris.
Yeah, see, but I think Doubs has value. I think Doubs is a good trade bait for them because he didn't want to be there last year. He started talking up when he didn't get to football. So I think Romeo Doubs is the odd man out in that wide receiver room. He's got value.
I think if it's going to be one of them, it would have to be Christian Watson. I think Romeo Doubs. First off, Christian Watson's always hurt. Romeo Doubs is always injured. Romeo Doubs is a really, really good jump ball threat, like just a really good jump ball receiver. Throw the ball up to him, he's going to bring it down. And there's just kind of conflicting play styles between those two. Like Romeo Doubs is just kind of the same as Christian Watson, and I think Christian Watson isn't available all the time. So if it's going to be one of them, I would say bye Christian Watson.
I think you should bring back Geronimo Allison, Carson. I miss Geronimo Allison.
That would be a Packers.
Goodell is at the podium for the Vikings selection.
I love everything about this. I love it all.
Okay, the Vikings select Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. Let's start with. I mean, I guess I'm the NFC North guy, but let's start with Sean. Who are you happy with this pick for the Vikings?
Not really, because once again, I'm well taken back. Yes, I am, because it sets up Will Johnson to fall to Philadelphia. But you thought with the pick coming in that quick that it would have been Will Johnson off the board by now. So I am excited because it gives me hope that he will fall to us. But the Vikings, I thought, would have took Will Johnson to help that secondary out up there.
And real quick, New York Giants have traded back into the first round with the Houston Texans.
Take a quarterback.
Shedeur Sanders is a New York Giant.
Yes.
Who else would it be?
Don't blow up my bold prediction.
Jackson Dart. Ole Miss, baby. Look, Eli Manning in my Ole Miss. They're gonna do. Jackson Dart is gonna get picked before Shedeur Sanders.
New York.
All right.
I love you. You're such a laughing stock. Take like Riley Leonard, please. Will Howard.
Nope.
It's Sanders, baby. It's gonna be Sanders.
Jackson Dart.
It's Sanders.
I mean, at this point, that's not the worst. Like, I don't. If they do actually get
what's the trade? What was the? What did they have to give up?
Let's see.
My man with the big hat gonna have to give it up there. Shedeur Sanders falling out. Nope, it's not going to New York.
Schefter says Giants got the 25th. Texans get the 34, 99, and next year third.
Holy hell! No, wait a minute. They're showing Dart.
Jackson Dart.
Whoa!
Ole Miss. He done spent the night with Eli. So the Ole Miss connection.
Listen,
they will not draft Sanders.
I just saw on Twitter the funniest video from this draft. Did you guys notice when what's his name got drafted by the Saints? The baby.
Yeah.
There were times where some guys were getting the best of Kelvin Van
Cracked me up just now. I'm sorry. Completely off. Complete sidebar. The pick is in. All right, go ahead. Matthew Golden's still taking photos with the fans in Green Bay. Carson, your guy's a man of the people here. You got yourself a man of the people. He's still on the stage.
Yeah, he gonna stage dive. He's gonna crowd
Please.
surf.
Please.
Crowd surf.
I'll start crying, dog. It's gonna be Dart, man. It's gonna be Dart.
Jackson
This is
Dart.
crazy. Shador Sanders, the fall off is real.
Get the cliff. They just off the cliff.
Dude, the Rams may honestly take him in the next pick
Yeah.
if he's still on the board. Mike
But you
might
don't
have been
need
right.
to.
Fred. Sanders in the first and the second. Who has the 2-1?
That's crazy. Wow.
In the second round, Cleveland, I believe, and New York. Oh, no, well, New York just gave theirs up.
Yeah, we gave that up.
It's Cleveland and the Texans. Cleveland has the first one, and the Texans has the second.
Wow. Maybe that's why the Cleveland Browns traded with the Texans, because they knew Sanders was going to fall to the second, so they were going to pick him up at the 2-1.
That would
And
be
of course,
crazy.
they cut to commercial as the picks in.
Oh, I mean, if we're on commercial, shout out to Wayne the Model, the commish Thomas here, for our meme of the night here. Gotta go ahead and I don't know where it went. I lost it. It's gone. Where'd it go? Where is it? We're gonna re-add it.
That's my commissioner.
That's my commissioner.
My
He actually
sideline
is my
savant
commissioner now.
partner.
Shout out to Wayne the Model with this glorious Travis Hunter is all elite, baby. For the wrestling fans, if you know, you know. For the rest of these guys, they're probably like, what is mouthing off with Mike going off about? What's he waffling about over here in his corner of the world? But Sean knows, Jason knows, the commission knows. They know. People know at home.
That's my commissioner. I miss you.
That's
Shout out Wayne. Sideline
love you,
savants.
Wayne.
We'll be back, baby.
Let's go. 3 for deep every day, man. I don't know how you do it.
Appreciate it. But
Well,
golden
it's
fantasy football wise, and unless Green Bay thins out the wide receiver room, I don't see him making a huge impact. Look at the X-Man last year on the Chiefs there. Xavier Worthy was the fastest guy in the draft. And I mean, he had a few halfway decent games, but he was a boomer bust guy. And that to me looks like what Golden's going to be. Here, run fast. I may throw you the ball if somebody else is not open. So
I think it's going to be
don't
even
see
worse.
him as a,
than him.
what's that?
I mean, I think it'll be even worse than what Worthy did last year, just because, I mean, there's a different level of talent in that wide receiver room. There are more targets in the Green Bay Packers wide receiver room than there was the Chiefs, even when Hopkins joined the team. I mean, Worthy was still like the number 2, right? And Golden, I think, is going to come in and be like a number 3 or a number 4 immediately. So that's why I just didn't think that pick was very good. But the pick is in for the New York Giants. Jason, we know it's going to be one of Sanders or Dart. Who do you prefer? I feel like I know the answer already.
I don't prefer either one of them. I still like Kyle McCord. Shout out Syracuse, because I think he is a super underrated quarterback. I would have liked to him stay in New York, but if I had to pick the one of the two, I'm going Jackson Dart. He's a little bit better quarterback. He's got some better fundamentals, and he doesn't have the baggage. New York does not need baggage, and I hope Sanders and his big hat guy stay in Texas.
Goodell is at the podium now.
Hey, that's Gilly. He's a number 1 Eagles fan. Don't hate on Gilly.
Well,
That's what scares me about that, is that he's there.
Here it comes.
Jackson Dart.
Wow.
Jason, you got your guy.
Jason. All right. No crash out tonight.
Jason, the initial reactions here about this pick.
well, I feel bad for Tommy Cutlets. Much love, baby, but I think you're getting chopped at the end of the season, my boy. Tommy Cutlets. You know, there's not enough room. You got crab legs. You got someone cooking. The Cutlets, I think, are getting cut. But yeah, Jackson Dart. Giants wanted a quarterback. I didn't see Sanders doesn't fit the mold that they look for. in their quarterback. And again, man, I got my baby Eli here with the Ole Miss uniform. There's no way.
Oh wow, the Rams pick is already in.
Wow.
Well, it has
So-
been. It's actually been traded. The Falcons
Oh,
Falcons
now
got it.
own the Rams pick.
Will Johnson.
Oh.
Do you think they might be coming back for Will Johnson?
Why not?
James Pierce.
Please no.
Who else are they
Come
coming
on.
back for? Right? I could not imagine them coming back, trading back for anybody else.
James Pierce, such a Falcons pick.
It really is. Just not Will
Yes.
Johnson, please.
I got to go with Luke. James Pierce. That's what they're coming back for.
I wouldn't say
Well, the
zoning
pick
out.
is- the
Or,
pick,
sorry, I
like,
wouldn't
the
say
pick
look
is already
bad.
in.
I'm zoning out.
The pick is already in, so they knew who they wanted.
Wow.
And we will see shortly. We've already got, let's see. Jason, who did you say? Will Johnson or James Pierce?
I think Will Johnson. I think it's stupid not to take him. He's the best guy on the board right now, and you're going to probably get him for a steal. I'm sure you didn't have to give up very much to move up that close.
And Mike, did you say who?
Oh no, I mean I think it's gotta be Will Johnson. It sounds like everyone's pretty much in consensus on this. It probably will be.
That's okay. That's Will Johnson. Sean said James Pierce, right?
Yeah, I'm James Pierce.
And Luke, who did you say?
James Pierce.
Okay, and so for the tiebreaker, I guess, unless we want to count the hosts' picks, Chris, who do you think it's gonna be?
Will Johnson objectively would be the best one here, but Pierce, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me knowing the Falcons, but I think that Will Johnson, there's obviously a reason the aforementioned points that we made is like, why is he falling this far? He's projected to be a top 10. I actually had him going in like the top 7 in most of my mocks. So
Wow.
This happens every year, okay? The like best or second best cornerback in the draft always slides to the Ravens. Falcons pick Pierce, Ravens run to the board and lock in Johnson.
No, it
I
always
gotta look
slides
at
to the
Mike Green
Eagles.
here too.
It always slides to the Eagles. Cooper DeJean, who I wanted on the Packers, goes to the Eagles. Will Johnson, who I wanted on the Packers, let's see.
We got to seriously look at Mike Green here as well. I think James Pierce Jr. might be a little bit more likely, but for my money, I like Mike Green more than James Pierce Jr.
Oh, wow.
Aaron,
Aaron, why do you
I
say
agree with
that?
Aaron.
I mean, I think Mike Green brings a little bit more versatility. James Pierce Jr. is like exclusively a pass rusher, doesn't really bring a lot in the run game. And his character concerns seem to be much more glaring than Mike Green is my thing.
I haven't seen anything about his character concerns, honestly. I mean, I may have just not been looking, but okay, here's the full trade for the Falcons. 2025 number 26th pick, 2025 third round pick, while the Rams get a 2025 second round pick, number 46, a 2026 first, and a 2025 seventh. Chris, who do you think won this trade?
It's this is the Falcons trade.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really give a straight answer right now because you really, I think that draft trades are kind of one of those in hindsight, because you can give up a bunch of picks, who got who, and what they get here. So I can't actually give you a straight answer, man, to be honest with you.
No, I completely understand that. I mean, that is really what it's all about, right?
Oh, it's in. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
James
track.
Pierce Jr.
Falcons pick, baby.
Wow, their defense just got better instantly, twice.
Yes.
2 great picks in this draft. Wow.
That's kind of scary. Aaron, you're the Panthers fan. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I don't like it. That Falcons defense just got really scary really fast.
Walker, then him. Woo.
And
You should have drafted another O-line guy.
Eh,
You're gonna need it now.
I'm not too concerned. I have faith in Moton to lock down James Pierce Jr. Little
All right.
undersized. Yes, he's a good pass rusher. He's quick, but
I want to jump the gun here and just kind of make two teams, I think, that wouldn't surprise me if they go surprise running back, and that's either Baltimore or Washington going Travion Henderson. That's something that I could actually feel would happen with how Omarion Hampton fell a lot farther than we thought we did. I actually had Washington potentially getting him, but it wouldn't actually surprise me if either Baltimore or Washington considers going with Travion Henderson, who some mocks had him above Omarion Hampton. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see. I mean, if you think about it, we have two teams here that could use a really good running back, and great performances by running backs like Bijan Robinson, first-round running backs, are kind of lifting that value as we see.
Well, Luke, you just made the prediction that Will Johnson would slide in and go to the Baltimore Ravens, and right now that's looking like it's going to happen, but or at least Will Johnson is available. Do you think that Will Johnson's going to be the pick here?
I made my throwing the dart at the board prediction and said James Pierce Jr. to the Falcons and then Will Johnson to the Ravens, and I'm going to stick with that. I think you look at the Ravens, their biggest needs are going to be DT, cornerback, and guard. I don't think there's a guard I would pick that I would pick in the first round anymore. DT, also, I don't think there's a first round DT. So it's either between Will Johnson or I also like Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky, but I do think it'll be Johnson.
Yeah, I think.
I will say I have some. I got some info from the commish, Wayne Thomas, earlier. He said Malachi Starks was a player he would want, assuming that Will Johnson was off the board. So he had them going secondary. So I would definitely keep an eye on a Malachi Starks or a Will Johnson here.
I could also see Nick Imawari.
Will Johnson's going to be an Eagle.
That's what's going to happen.
It's going to happen, guys.
He's going to fall right in our lap.
Spoke that into existence.
The
dude.
rich get richer.
Is in for Baltimore.
I'm so in, fellas. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Aaron, you just predict. Well, I guess you didn't predict, but you said a player to watch out for with the Falcons was Mike Green. Do you think he might come off the board here?
I think Ravens go secondary. If they go defense, I would look at Mike Green at 28 to Detroit for sure. Because
Detroit,
Hutchinson go down, and that entire defense was just so banged up. They need some depth at edge rusher, and Mike Green played at a group of 5, but obviously phenomenal season, highest graded defensive player on PFF. Letting him learn with one of the best edge rushers in the game in Aiden Hutchinson would be massively beneficial.
I like that take.
But Sean, what do you think Baltimore does here?
If Johnson and Hairston wasn't here, I would say Baltimore go with a safety. They love drafting the safety. The kid out of South Carolina, Nick Emerin, would be good fit for them. But Baltimore, they love secondary. Will Johnson's on the board. I hope they don't pick him. I hope they pick Hairston, because if not, Philly would definitely have to start looking at that kid from ECU I've been looking at. So I'm hoping they don't pick Johnson. He falls to us. But if not, Johnson should be going with this pick.
I feel like we've been saying Johnson's going to be gone for so long, and I'm just baffled, in all honesty. Like, I don't know what to say.
But why? Like, what would cause him? I mean, Sanders, I can understand falling, the hype and, is it real? Quarterback falling, I can see that. But where defense is a premium, why would he fall that bad? Is it a flaw in his game? Is it character issues? What's going on? There's got to be something we're missing.
I mean, I got to agree with you. I haven't heard anything about character concerns from Will Johnson coming out of Michigan, and I would like to think that I would have known about that if that was a serious concern. But again, just really speechless. I thought he was like a solid top 10 pick, like lock that in he's gone by 10.
Well, I mean, we have to start talking about it now. Is he gonna slide to the second round? I honestly do. I think if he slides to the Eagles, I have a hard time seeing them passing up just with the amount of talent they have. Why not just, try for it,
Yeah.
But, Mike, do you think he could possibly fall to the second round at this point?
Who?
Will Johnson.
Oh, absolutely not. The Eagles will take him before that happens. No,
Yes.
No way. Yeah, 0% chance. No way. The Eagles would 100% take him. Let's be real here. I mean, I think you got a better chance of Sanders dropping to the second round than you got a Will Johnson dropping to the second round. Detroit, like Jose said in the comments, Detroit could take him. Washington could take him. Buffalo, Kansas City, or the Eagles. There's still 5 teams that I think are competent enough in this draft to take a guy like that while he's on the board. I do agree with Jason, though, Carson. Something does not make sense here.
Mm-hmm.
Something is off. Injuries, character.
And hey, the pick is in. The commission nailed it. It is Malachi Starks out of Georgia.
Wow.
Another Georgia boy, man. The NFL, Georgia's got to get, you got to give some highlight to Georgia, man. What? Half this first round, 6 of these guys were from Georgia?
I feel like that's how it is every single year, too.
They churn them out.
They know what they're doing down there.
And everybody, I want to know who the jeweler is, because everybody that has gone up on that stage has been iced out, like full on crazy ice. Like not even just your Indiana Jones medallion. Like everybody is iced out.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'll sign up to be the water boy to be in Georgia because I feel like even the water boy is iced out at this point. Bobby Boucher, baby. I'll come down there and get NIL money. Yo,
get that NIL money. Sweetwater.
Yeah, come on, baby.
Sweetwater.
Okay, but we got the Lions on the clock now. We talked about it a little before. The rest of the teams picking in this first round could easily go Will Johnson. I like
Mike Green.
I like Mike Green to Detroit a lot.
Mike Green.
But Chris, I'll throw this to you. What do you think the Lions do with this pick?
Mike Green would be a very, very Lions pick. So would Will Johnson. I mean, that secondary is something that they really did. Struggle
already.
So, I mean, obviously, Dan Campbell and company have what they're going to go for already determined. But I think Mike Green would be my prediction. But who knows? I could be way off base.
I'm with you. And we have the Commanders after the Lions. I think they might get Will Johnson. They could use some help in that secondary. So. And, I mean, it's going to be a defensive player for the Commanders. I would be shocked if it was anything else. So
Travion Henderson, like I said, that wouldn't surprise me either if they went for him with how much of a downfield runner he is. And just, taking pressure off of Jaden Daniels in the sense, one, he's a good pass blocker, and two, not making him feel like he has to do everything because that's how like CJ Stroud. That's why we saw CJ Stroud have a huge sophomore slump here, as he felt like he had to do everything. And that's my big fear with Jaden Daniels. Literally a minute ago, I was having this conversation with my roommate, who's a big Commanders fan, and we were having this discussion. So,
I mean, I think Detroit goes D-line here. Will Johnson to the Commanders would be huge. Emmanuel Forbes was a massive bust for them. He's on the Rams now. And Benjamin St. Juste, he was just consistently getting burnt. Commanders desperately need help in the secondary, and Will Johnson fits that to an absolute T.
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta say, Mike, Sean, I feel bad because I just don't think there's any chance that Will Johnson is going to fall to you. After the Commanders, you got the Bills, who also really need secondary help. So, yeah, I just don't think that there's really a chance. I mean, if the Bills don't take him, he probably will fall to you. So,
What I will say, watching the Commanders and their defense, I wouldn't be surprised to see Eamon Worry be the pick there.
They got to build up that secondary in some capacity.
Yes.
No, they don't need to build it up because we hate torture if they build it up. Tell them to stay just how they are.
But I mean, just kind of saying a retrospect here. Just Pro Football Focus posted a graphic here that really makes you think about the Steelers. Here is Cam Hayward, Derek Harmon, Alex Highsmith, and T.J. Watt. I will say what you want. That defensive line is scary, and I rest my point.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
it is dangerous without a doubt.
That's why I'm not mad. A lot of my friends are, on social media, and a lot of people on Twitter were kind of raging about that. But that's what I got to say. You got Cam Hayward, rather, Derek Harmon, Alex Highsmith, T.J. Watt, and I think Cam Hayward's still got another 2 years left him at least.
That defense and Mason Rudolph are going to lead them to a lot of glorious 3-2 wins.
We're
That's
going
the
to the
score,
Super
not the
Bowl,
record.
baby. We're going to the Super Bowl. Yinzer mob.
I'm seeing some banger tweets that I've sent to you guys, man. Hilarious stuff. Carson, you're gonna love the one I sent to you. Jason, you're gonna love the one I sent to you. Aaron, I saw one that said that McMillan is the Charizard to Xavier Legette. So we'll see. We'll see.
This pick has been in for a while. I feel like it should have been announced by now.
They like taking their time. They got to let all the talking heads yap a little bit. Here's Goodell walking across the stage.
There we go. Right on cue.
Oh, okay. I like that.
All right, with the 28th pick, Tyleek Williams out of Ohio
Wow.
State.
Wow.
Somebody who we did not expect to go. We didn't talk about him at all.
Wow.
I'm kind of shocked by that.
Yeah.
I just
First
thought they were
round?
better. I just thought there were better players on the board that fit their needs, but
I mean, he still fits a need for sure.
he does.
I mean, Will Johnson would have been good, Mike Green, but Tyleek Williams is really, really good. He's going to hold up against the run really, really well. I like him a lot. There's a couple defensive linemen I liked more, but I mean, this isn't a bad pick by any means. I mean, I had him at 42 on my big board, but like a lot of those guys into the early 40s are like, these could be first round guys. So I'm not overly shocked. It fits a need. They needed defensive line. I thought there were better players, but again, this still feels like a Dan Campbell kind of pick. Really, really big defensive who's just going to be an anchor against the run.
Well, I'm happy about the pick as a Packers fan. I think that there was just better. There were better players on the board that would have scared me more, and I'm not really worried about him stopping Josh Jacobs. So, yeah, I'm cool with that, honestly.
But I mean, is Josh Jacobs going to be able to hold up against Aleem McNeil, Tyleek Williams, and Aiden Hutchinson?
I mean, Josh Jacobs running against anybody, dude. There's no defensive line that, I mean, they could slow him down a little bit, but he's still going to get his. So I would have been more worried if it was Mike Green. I would have been more worried if it was Will Johnson. I'm pretty happy with that pick.
Sean, what are your thoughts on Tyleek Williams for Detroit?
I thought it'd be more of a Mike Green pick. Like you said, Mike Green kind of fits that personality that Dan Campbell coaches that way. Tough, gritty guy. Don't mind, doing the dirty work on the D line. But I don't got a problem with the Tyleek pick for them because we saw that as the Lions progressed into the playoffs. They need defensive guys badly. When the whole defense got banged up, that team went from a team playing us in the NFC Championship thing going on. So I think this is a Dan Campbell pick. Mike Green to me felt better, but this one can kind of work with his style of playing.
Well, we got the Commanders up next, and we got a couple people here in the Commanders division. Mike, Sean, Jason. Let's start with you, Sean. Who do you not want the Commanders to pick?
I got two of them. I don't want them to take Johnson. I don't want them to take the running back from Ohio, Henderson. I feel like they will take Johnson. Well, no, I know the Commanders. They're gonna go Henderson. That's gonna be tough on us. I feel that our defense can stop them, so that's what I don't want them to definitely take.
Okay, and Mike, you're also an Eagles fan, so what do you think?
I mean, I'm gonna say, yeah. I mean, definitely number one on that is Johnson, for sure. I mean, but I think Sean's right. The Commanders are gonna take him because for whatever reason, the pick is in. For whatever reason, the Commanders always just seem to like get the guy that we're looking for. Every couple years they take the guy that we're looking for, but that's all right. I'm sure there's some diamonds here still in this first round.
So much talent. The pick is in. We're at commercial right now, but a name I want to throw out to Mike and Sean, Jahad Campbell, linebacker. I think that would be really deadly for the Eagles. Sean, what are your thoughts on that as a potential pick?
He was somebody I had on my board that we couldn't get that dropped down to us. He was one of them. The next guy I got is the guy from ECU, the cornerback over there. I think he's pretty good. Yeah, Siobhan, he's pretty good, Siobhan Reed. But if Campbell's there, I'd rather us take Campbell.
And Mike, what about you?
I would love the Eagles to take Cam Scatterboo, but it's just way too early.
He'll be there.
I'm an absolute listen. I love him. That's my guy. Like
Steelers trade up to get Cam Scatterboo in the second.
I'd be okay with that.
How'd that make
You
you?
back up to Barkley, man. That would be a nice backup.
I could wear a Steelers Cam Scatterboo jersey. I could wear a Panthers Cam Scatterboo jersey.
Well, I mean, they're your favorite Pennsylvania team. I know the Steelers are your favorite Pennsylvania team.
Oh yeah, absolutely love. Big massive Steelers fan. Massive Steelers fan. This is why I'm wearing my Steelers Kelly or midnight green.
Zach, you're also in the Washington Commanders division.
Not Zach. There's no Zach.
Luke, why do I keep calling you Zach?
Luke, we got to change your name, brother.
I guess I look like
now,
Zach.
my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll say the one I'm worried the most that the Commanders might pick is Nick Emenwari out of South Carolina, number one safety in the draft. I'm not too worried if they go running back here. They already got Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler, so it's just adding another horse to an already potent stable, in my opinion. So I think either Emenwari or Johnson would be kind of the picks I would be most worried about from the Commanders.
I like those shouts. And Jason, last but not least, who do you not want them to pick?
I would say Mike Green. I mean, Johnson, of course, but every time we mention his name, he just goes on to the next team. But yeah, Mike Green.
Wow. Okay, it's Josh Connerly Jr. out of Oregon.
Wow. Offensive tackle.
Wow.
I mean, I know they got to protect Daniels, but yeah, that's it's interesting.
That is a pick right there.
It's not a position I really had them needing.
Not this early.
Secondary, they should have gone secondary, I think. I mean, I don't hate it. You got to protect your quarterback. That's something I've harped on every chance I get. You got to protect your young quarterback. So I don't really hate this, but secondary felt like a really glaring need for them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, their defense is just atrocious. It's atrocious. Yes. So I don't understand. Like, that just seemed like a no-brainer to me to either get Mike Green or Will Johnson here.
Why are these guys falling that hard? That just boggles my mind.
Yeah. Even Mike Green.
Mike Green led the FBS in sacks last year, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, the guy's a monster. Like, that just, I don't know. Something's going on.
Just seems like these guys know some things that we don't, I don't understand it.
I mean, I also, to that point, I want to throw out the fact that the Commanders took Emmanuel Forbes, the pick before Christian Gonzalez went. Just want to throw that out there. Christian Gonzalez, phenomenal young cornerback, incredibly elite. Emmanuel Forbes was already cut from the team that drafted him.
I'm gonna throw another a dart at the board. I'm gonna say the Chiefs end up getting Mike Green.
Ooh, that would be scary. That would be
Well,
really scary.
I think Green goes to Buffalo here.
I could see that, but I feel like Buffalo has other more pressing issues. So I think the Bills go somewhere else, and then he falls to the Chiefs.
I think Kansas City goes Josh Simmons. After what the Eagles did to them in the Super Bowl,
Yeah,
gotta
seriously,
fix that
they,
offensive line.
they need some offensive line help. If they're not addressing it in the draft, they're gonna have to be big spenders in the offseason. So,
I hope the Chiefs forfeit their pick.
oh my gosh, Will Johnson's gonna fall. Will Johnson's gonna fall to the Eagles, dude.
It's coming.
I mean, Mike Green's probably going off the board here.
Yeah.
Chiefs don't need him.
Luther Burden
Maybe
is a really good shout here.
maybe I'm going crazy.
It's not
but
that's not a bad option right there because they do need some wide receiver depth.
with the way he's fallen already, I wouldn't be surprised to see Johnson fall out of the first completely. Like
I'm not
Jeremiah-
either.
like they predicted.
That's crazy.
Because I mean, this is a guy we were talking about top 5, top 10, and we're at pick 30 now.
I had him like solidly penciled into Jacksonville at 5. Like zero doubt about it. Their secondary was terrible. Will Johnson, number 2 corner for me. I mean, the knee injury is lingering, and that's obviously concerning, but I'll just say this right. Oh, the pick's in for Buffalo, but I'll say this right now real quick. I think Will Johnson, pending him being able to come back and recover from his injury, he could be a defensive rookie of the year candidate easily.
Ooh, I like that. I could see that absolutely. I mean, if he can stay healthy and be what we think he's going to be, he could be. But if he does go to the Eagles, I don't think he will be, just because that Eagles defense.
There's so much on that defense.
It's so stacked. So if he goes to the Eagles, probably not. If he goes to the Bills, I could absolutely see it. I could absolutely see defensive rookie of the year.
I mean, Chiefs, even if they went Johnson, he could slide right in there and get that.
True, especially since the Chiefs lost people in their quarterback room. So I can honestly see them grabbing him, but probably not.
Yeah, Matt, big
If
concern.
Will Johnson falls out of the first, I need Dan Morgan to get on the phone with the Browns and get that top pick in the second round.
Yeah,
Trade up.
I just think it's wild that Sanders is still here. Like,
Second round.
But I really don't find it wild that Sanders is still here because a lot of teams are taking the same strategy that Aaron and I were beating in over the past few months on all, gridiron address, out of pocket, all of that is that this is not a strong quarterback class. And why are you going to want to go for a quarterback when there just aren't that many great NFL ready quarterbacks in the class?
Yeah, it's facts. I mean, there's really only like 3.
Dart got back into the first round because of his pro day and his workout. I think that really people were just so high on him. I knew once the hype started he was going to go to the Giants.
And I think
there are a lot of
Sanders could be
teams
good.
that need quarterbacks. I mean, there's a lot of need for quarterback. Giants need a quarterback.
Jets.
The Jets need a quarterback. Steelers need a quarterback.
Browns.
Titans got theirs, but
Browns.
I mean, there's so much need for quarterback, and like it's the one thing that are holding a lot of teams back. The Jets get a good quarterback, and they could make the playoffs.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, Browns set themselves up next year to get Arch Manning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, talk to us about that, Luke. You said something really interesting about next year's draft.
Yeah,
The pick is about to be made.
I'll wait for the pick to be made.
But yeah, once this pick is in, I'll pass it to you, Luke.
I feel like this is going to be a wild card pick.
Oh, Maxwell Hairston.
Okay,
Yes.
Maxwell Harrison for the Bills.
Wild card pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Mike Green or Will Johnson, so one of those two
Yeah.
are going to be falling to the Eagles, unfortunately.
It's
Unless there's a
Wow.
trade here
Going
somewhere.
Unless there's a trade here somewhere. Chris, what do you think about this? I mean, it's a cornerback going, another cornerback going before Will Johnson.
It really shows the injury concern. And these scouts know a lot more than we do. One, they're really smart people. Two, they have really good insider knowledge. So, I mean, that says something
trade
about
alert.
Will Johnson. So,
Chiefs
yeah, I
trade
mean,
their pick
breaking news here. I'll cut that to Aaron. But
to
just
the Eagles.
not bad.
Will
Mike Johnson
Johnson.
move up. What are they doing here?
Are you serious?
Yes.
This could be Green. This could be Green right here. He feels like an Eagles player.
So the Eagles traded with Kansas City to move up a slot?
A slot.
They got their guy who they really want. I mean,
I think it's going to be Mike Green.
I think it's going to be Green. I feel like maybe they
Green
thought
or
the Chiefs
Campbell?
were going to pick him.
Sean, what do you think Philly's doing here?
It's Mike Green. We trade up. It's Mike Green. I would like Will Johnson, but add Mike Green to that D line, it just makes us even more dangerous out there on that defense.
Yeah, I think so too. Because the Chiefs they weren't going to take Will Johnson. They would have taken Mike Green, so there would have been no reason to trade up.
Yeah, going back to what I was talking about with the Browns, they have their draft pick in the first round next year, which presumably will be somewhere in the top 5, as well as the Jags pick, which probably will be in the top 10, top 5. So I feel like that Graham pick that they made feels like they were kind of setting themselves up to win the Arch Manning draft lottery next year.
The Eagles pick is in. They're still rolling a Hairston's highlight reel.
Sean, I think we picked up someone good here.
Hey, we got
No.
an edge rusher.
No.
We got an edge rusher.
No.
I think so.
Hunter.
Hunter,
Don't do it.
Sean, I'm gonna crash out if it's Sanders. I'm gonna literally
He's
crash.
the last player on the draft.
No.
I would laugh so hard. That would be so stupid.
You would
Crashing.
see me do the happiest dance ever on live
I just don't like
stream.
that Gillies there, man. Sean knows who Gilly is. The rest of you are probably like, who the hell is Mike?
I am lost.
He's our mega fan.
The hat guy.
Dude that you-
His
the
big hat guy.
the dances, the viral videos. That's him.
But
I know who you're
what's
talking
he going to do? Back up
Hurts. I don't know.
Hurts? I mean, you got Kenny Pickett.
There's no.
You already got a
reason
good
to.
backup.
It's on the
Shout out,
Browns.
shout out
We
to
sent
Paul
Kenny.
Pickett.
We sent Kenny to Cleveland.
Did we?
Uh,
Maybe?
Who the hell is our backup quarterback, Sean?
we gave
I have
him the
not-
third round,
He-
the 32nd pick, and the 5th round pick. Howie Roseman just knows how to wheel and deal in that war room.
Tanner McKee and Dorian Thompson Robinson are your 2 backups for the Eagles.
DTR is in.
Well, maybe they did get Sanders.
DTR is fighting for that starting job right here.
Lord, no.
Trade up to get Shador Sanders.
DTR is fighting for a
King of the
roster
tush
spot.
push. So they use him for the tush push instead of Hurts.
Oh, that would be magical. I would love that, man. That's the thing about the tush push. I hate everybody trying to ban it because do it yourself. If it's got nothing about skill, if it has nothing to do with that, do it yourself. Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that Jalen Hurts can squat 600 pounds, right? Maybe that has something to do with it. If it doesn't, do it yourself, and then nobody would be complaining about it.
Carson, the Packer fan, defending the tush push.
Dude, that made me.
That's when you know it needs to be banned.
That embarrassed me when I saw that our team was the one that put
That's
it in.
soft.
It embarrassed me. Now here's what I will say: if the defense can't do it, the offense also shouldn't be able to do it. I'm just more in favor of unbanning it for the defense. Let everybody do it, right? Use your advantages. Let everybody do it. So I think that I'm just in general, I don't want stuff banned, especially just not like actions, you know?
Right.
If it like is actually hurting players or if it's a dirty thing, ban that. But in terms of just like football actions, that'd be like banning the pick and roll in basketball because one player gets to the rim too often, you know? Like it's stupid. So I was genuinely embarrassed as a Packers fan when I saw that we were the team that that pushed to get it banned. That embarrassed me.
I was sad. I was sad to see it, man.
Yeah, you can't ban it, unfortunately, because it's an action. Because if you ban a player pushing another player, then when the running back is in the pile and the pile is still moving, you got to blow the whistle. I mean, it just it gets ugly, and I think that's why you can't really do anything with it because it's not really an illegal play, and you would have to ban another player another player pushing another player, and you can't do that in the NFL. The pulling, I get that. A helmet comes off, I get that. I mean, but yeah, I mean, to your point, if you don't like it, find a way to beat it.
I completely
lower.
agree.
Listen, you heard me say this many a times on Out of Pocket with Mike, and I even commented when he went on his little crash out. Do it. If you can't do it, and you tried and you can't do it, then it's not an advantage. It's just that our players are better at performing it. And I'm sorry that if your team's quarterback and your offensive line can't sustain that type of play, then that should not fall on us because our team can do it.
If you can't beat it, then find a way to beat it. That's my biggest thing. I say that with all sports, not just football.
Exactly.
I say that with baseball too. Look at what the sticky stuff, how they banned all that. Find a way to beat it, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, same thing when Tom Brady deflated those footballs. Find a way to beat it, guys. Right?
Exactly.
To use a quote
them better.
To use a quote from my favorite sport or one of my favorite sports, NASCAR. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Ain't that true, baby? Shake and bake, baby.
Hell yeah, brother.
What is taking this pick so long?
Commercials, baby.
We gotta get the commercials.
Money. Commercial money.
NFL's
wow.
I thought you guys
Eagles gave up a 5th-round pick from this year to move up one spot.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. Howie Roseman rolls the dice. Willing and dealing.
George Sanders.
I'm gonna be honest. It feels like
it's all yours.
Frozen out of like draft talks this year.
Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe, baby.
Oh, Milroe, yeah.
No way. Really?
Goodell is at the podium.
Mike Green.
Mike Green.
If your hat theory is correct, here you go.
Mike Green.
I'll cry.
Okay, yeah. We get the Chief. Jahad Campbell. Hey.
Wow.
That's not bad.
That's a great
pick.
pick.
Say it.
Wow.
But did you have to trade up for it? Like, did
That's
you think?
what I'm saying.
Did you think the Chiefs were going to grab him?
You just gave up a 5th-round pick to move up one spot and get your guy.
Right. That kind of is odd. But you know what that means? Either Will Johnson or Mike Green will be or maybe both will be sliding to the second round. Who do you guys think is more likely to slide? Zach, let's start with you. Luke.
Yeah. I gotta get used to it at this point.
I looked at his name.
I gotta get used to it at this point, I guess.
The Chief pick is already in.
I think we see Johnson slide. I predicted the Chiefs going Mike Green when they had the 31st, so I don't see that changing from them going to the 32nd.
Guys, I said Zach, and then I was like, wait, no, that's not right. I looked down at his name tag, and it says Zach, and I was like, oh, cool, I got it right. No, it's not right.
Aaron and I have known this kid forever. His name is
I'm
Zach.
sorry, Luke.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely sorry. I don't know why. I don't know why I can't get past this like mental block for me. I don't.
I mean,
You got an alias now, Luke.
Me
Yeah.
changing his name didn't help.
I mean, it's my fault. I should be used to it at this point.
I mean, Zach and Michael are the two biggest Cowboys fans I've ever met.
Yeah.
Like, Zach and the Prez, man, these guys are huge Cowboys fans.
They are, man. But we're on the last pick of the draft. The Kansas City Chiefs. The pick is already in.
Sprinted to the podium.
They
There it
sprinted
is.
to the podium. Oh, okay. Well, let's see what happens then.
Man, we're still going to have some time because Jahad Campbell's just now walking out to hug Goodell. Really excited. I mean, he's
He
joining.
just
one
got
of the-
drafted by a Super Bowl champion. How would you not be excited? Jeez,
I mean-
I'm gonna go to where Saquon Barkley is and Jalen Hurts. I'm gonna go play with AJ Brown. And they just won a Super Bowl. Darn.
Would you be more excited about going there than the Giants, Jason?
Myself personally, no, I'm gonna be excited to go to the Giants. But I mean, as a player being drafted, I would be more excited to go to a Super Bowl champion than the Cleveland Browns or somewhere else. I mean, I would be excited to be drafted no matter what, but I don't know. Eagles, y'all just keep getting richer.
They
But
do, man.
there is
An animal.
just outside of Will Johnson and Mike Green, there is still an insane amount of talent that's going to be.
Oh my
dropping.
God, this draft.
Oh yeah.
Just
You got Nick
deeper.
Emmon-Wari, Josh Simmons, Luther Burden III, Siobhan Revel, Wyatt Millum deserves a shout as well. Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame, and I can't pronounce his last name, but Donovan, the defensive end out of Boston College, he had an insanely productive season, and he is still there. There's so
I was
much
practicing
talent
his name too
there.
because I figured that would come up. Izurwaka.
That sound about right.
Oh, you even set off my Google alarm. So we gonna run this back for round 2. Let's do it.
Cool. I am so I have to wake up at 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, why even go to bed at this point? Just keep
I
going
mean,
up.
look, I'm just gonna take my 2-hour nap, get some sleep. Got to leave the house by 4 in the morning.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Oh, you
even
come to
that
file,
late.
right?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Like, it is only 8:45 here. You guys are doing it wrong, man. I'm telling
Lucky
you.
you.
You're not wrong. If I'm moving out west, I'm moving to Washington or Oregon.
Oh, I'm going to Montana, somewhere just beautiful and peaceful, and
It's cold and cold.
Very good.
I'm okay with that.
And there's nobody there. There's 8 people that live in the state.
I'm even more okay with that.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah, it's pretty
NFL really
lonely.
dragging out this Chiefs pick, man. Of course,
Yeah.
the Chiefs have to get
I
it.
just
This
couldn't
year.
imagine
the
sports
Chiefs.
being done at 10 p.m. That's one thing I couldn't imagine if I lived on the West Coast that Cody and mouthing off the mic have to deal with is all sports being done at 10 p.m. because here
Fantastic.
it's way later. Right. 'Cause I'm a West
Yeah,
Coast.
dude, it goes until
my baseball team's
12:30.
Dodgers, and we start at 10:10 usually.
It's glorious, fellas. You have no idea how it is when it's the 3-hour time difference. Sunday night football starting at 5 o'clock my time. It's over by
I like
8
it
o'clock.
later though. I like
Goodell
it.
is at the podium for this Chiefs pick.
Cody knows ball.
I still have here.
I didn't know you were a West Coaster, Cody. We got to start doing more collabs. There's all
West
these East
Coast
Coast
Valley.
guys ahead.
I called it. I
Not
called it.
surprised.
Josh Simmons to the Chiefs.
There it is.
Wow. What were the chances at the beginning of this draft
Mike Green and
that Mike Green and Will Johnson fell to the second? Who would have guessed?
Wow.
Nobody.
Nobody.
No
that-
Sanders.
Wow.
We have been here for almost 4 hours. Thank you for everybody for staying with us. Let's get some just initial reactions by everybody to the pick, and then just some reactions to the draft. You know, who winners, losers, stuff like that. Zach, let's start with you.
All right.
Luke, let's start with you.
Yeah.
I'm doing it on purpose that time.
It wasn't. It really wasn't. It really was not on purpose. I'm sorry.
Overall, a really interesting and pretty surprising draft. I honestly thought we were about to only have one QB until the Giants blew it for me on my bold prediction. Shador falling out of the first, not that surprised. I think most surprising is Will Johnson falling out of the first, but it's sounding like those medical issues are kind of playing a big part in that. I think Aaron, in the pre write-up you had, you wanted us to do offensive and defensive rookie of the year guesses.
Mhm.
So I'll give mine. I like long shots. I like big odds. So for offensive rookie of the year, give me a Mecca Ibuka. I feel like with an absolute gunslinger and Baker Mayfield throwing to him, he's going to be lighting it up, especially with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin kind of getting a little older in age. And then for defensive rookie of the year, give me, I hate to say it, but give me Abdul Carter.
Yeah. That's a pretty easy pick.
Yeah, that's a very safe one. Sean, let's move to you.
I mean, it was a good draft. I knew pretty much what I expected. Still kind of shocked if you're Cleveland to trade that pick to Jacksonville, not to take Hunter right there, especially knowing that Shador was going to drop now to the second round, and you're probably guns a-blazing to get Shador tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern when he kicks off with that first pick in the second round. But even with Cleveland not getting Jetty, I thought you would have got Janetti, and then you got Shador. You got a good 1-2 combo to build around. But kind of that's the biggest thing I was worried about. Everything else kind of went as planned. It was a defensive style draft. This year, not that much offense. If I got to pick my players for the rookie of the year offense, I'm going with Janetti in Las Vegas with the Raiders. I think he's definitely going to tear it up over there. Defense, I'm looking around. My guy, I'm going to go wild card, San Francisco Williams.
Like those picks. Chris, give me yours.
Well, for offensive rookie of the year, I'm going to go kind of a weird one here, and I'm going to go with Matthew Golden. I really think that he could, especially the competent quarterback in the NFL, I really think he could excel. And if they're going to target him more, and finally kind of follow the offense that Green Bay should have been following with Jordan Love. And then for defensive rookie of the year, give me Abdul Carter. My overall reaction to the draft is interesting. I mean, there are a couple people I did not expect to fall. There were some that I did, but I'm actually kind of happy because NFL teams, or in general, just teams in general, rather, are following the strategy that a lot of us have said that they should follow. That draft the best available based on positional needs somewhat, but best available. Don't just draft a quarterback because you need one. If you want to draft a quarterback, look at this guy, be like, I really like him. This is who I want. There's a reason that Shador Sanders fell to the second round. There's a reason that Jackson Dart almost fell to the second round. This is a weak quarterback class. I think there are a lot of smart decisions made by teams this year.
Yeah, and you and Aaron had been really preaching that all year. I mean, especially on Gridiron Address and Out of Pocket, like you guys said. Mike, who are your picks for Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, and just overall reaction to the draft?
I'm gonna go with Sean here. I'm gonna say Ashton Genty, Rookie of the Year from Vegas. I think he's gonna run all over that division. Honestly, I really don't think there's a lot of defenses there that are gonna be able to stop him. I'm just gonna go bias here, baby. Jahad Campbell, Defensive Rookie of the Year, just because that guy's an absolute demon dog. He's a 5-star recruit. I'm all about him. I mean, overall draft as a first round, I mean, I mean, it's not shocking that we saw all of the talent that we saw go where they went. I mean, I think the biggest shocks are Sanders for sure. But I mean, we also, all of us knew, all NFL football fans kind of knew like Sanders probably didn't belong in top 10 conversations to begin with. Johnson, I think that's just NFL teams are scared to take a risk. And I think Cleveland is Cleveland. They're stupid. I don't know who just said it, but they could have absolutely stacked up. They could have drafted Travis Hunter and then drafted Shedeur Sanders in the second round with the first pick because they have it. That could have been, that only happens in fantasy drafts. You get that kind of stack.
Right.
That Cleveland this year once again. So rest of the draft, I like it. I think it went pretty much as we expected.
Yeah. Jason, what are your thoughts?
Definitely an interesting draft. Didn't go, I think, according to plan. I mean, shout out to Carson and Aaron. A great job on the broadcast tonight, man. A lot of fun. I know it's been 4 hours, but I can keep going, man. This has been a great time. So thank you guys very much. And then also to Chris and Aaron for all the stuff that they did on Gridiron Address in the off season with going through the mock drafts. Who would have thought it would have went this way in some of these picks? My biggest surprise was Loveland to the Bears. Bears at that pick, I think, had a lot more opportunity to really make an impact, especially on their defensive side of the football, and they didn't. They went for a tight end. I thought was a little weird. Shout out to my New York Giants for winning the draft. They got the best defensive player in the draft, and they went out and got their quarterback that they wanted, so they don't have to worry about tanking for next year. Plus, they have a stacked quarterback room, so they don't have to worry about throwing Jackson Dart right out there. They can sit him for the next year or so, play behind Russell Wilson, learn from a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and then put him out there later on down the road. So shout out there. As far as my defensive, offensive rookie of the year, it's going to go to one guy because Travis Hunter is going to come out of nowhere and win it on the defensive side of the ball and on the offensive side of the ball. So it's going to be the first time in NFL history that one guy wins both trophies.
Shohei Ohtani right there.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
All right. And my co-host, Aaron Schneider, give me your thoughts about the draft.
I mean, there is definitely some crazy stuff. I think Will Johnson, falling out of the first is a really big shock. Evidently, his injury from last season is lingering longer than we would have expected it to. That is not a good look.
No.
I think he could be a potential dark horse for Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's not who I'm going to pick. Been a super entertaining draft. Defensive Rookie, I got to go with like the chalk pick here. I think it's going to be Abdul Carter. I think he's going to tear it up in New York. And for Offensive Rookie of the Year, I'm going to wild card here. This is where you might be able to call me a little bit of a homer. I think Colston Loveland is going to light it up in Chicago with Caleb Williams, that Ben Johnson offense. He's going to be the safety blanket that Caleb Williams needs. He's going to have a phenomenal season. Going Loveland Offensive Rookie of the Year, Abdul Carter Defensive Rookie of the Year, and the super entertaining night and the longest show that I've ever done by a mile.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I think that it was a super entertaining draft. I think the Falcons probably won it, in my opinion, with Jalon Walker, and then coming back for James Pierce Jr., two really, really good defensive players. For my Offensive Rookie of the Year, I'm just going to have to go with the easy pick and go with Ashton Jeanty. After he left that letter to draft executives saying it's tackle football, draft the guy they can't tackle, that was it for me. I knew that I loved that, and I think he is going to be the best offensive rookie. For defensive rookie, I'm actually going to take Jalon Walker. I really, really like him, and I just think he's going to be really, really good. For Atlanta, a division that needs him, and they don't have a lot of offensive firepower in that division too, so it might juice his stats a little bit. So yeah, those are going to be my picks. Anybody else have any any takes, anything they want to say? Everybody can plug themselves. Chris, let's start with you.
Just general takes is the Steelers didn't reach for a quarterback, so hallelujah. I'm happy about that. Overall, yeah. I mean, Will Johnson falling out, that's crazy. I mean, with the injury history, yeah, but still, I mean, I had this guy as a top 10, top 7 pick. Nick Emenwari as well. Just so there's so many, but I do have to agree the Falcons won that draft. And yeah, it didn't go how I expected it, but I don't think any draft really does. But this one just seemed a little bit different, and I think we're going to see this more recurring theme of players coming from just bigger programs because of NIL and all that. And, outside of the behavioral issues, maybe that's a reason that we saw Mike Green fall out of the first round. So, that's my overall take.
Awesome. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, overall, solid time with all of you guys. So thank you to you and Aaron for having the mic that likes to mouth off here on the show. I'm excited to see what happens in round 2. I'm excited to see what happens with all these guys, man. I love the draft because it's an opportunity to get to see the next generation of stars come into the NFL. I only players I wish luck for that I probably wouldn't wish luck for on is the Cowboys players. Nevertheless. That one's just for the Prez, but we've got the nightcap tomorrow on Boom Broadcasting. So make sure you check it out after SmackDown. Maybe the Prez will be on with me. Maybe it'll be Sean. Maybe it'll be someone else. But thank you guys so much for having me on. Make sure you go subscribe to Boom Broadcasting so you can check out Hoops and Helmets, 3 from Deep, It Stinks, Wrestling of Destiny, Dugout Debrief, all of the amazing shows that all of these guys have.
And we just dropped into Dugout Debrief today. We're doing a series here where we're ranking the best player by position in every division. So make sure to tune into that. We just dropped one today. We're doing the AL and NL East divisions.
Hell yeah, Chris.
That's
all I got, fellas. Take it away.
All right, Jason. Any final takes?
Final take is, man, I'm excited for fantasy football. So now we are that much closer for the fantasy football season now. So now we can really dissect. I know dynasty leagues are going to be having some drafts coming up soon here. So we're going to have a rookie draft. So guys, get out there, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Just really, this draft is so deep for fantasy football, guys. So be aware of that. And yes, check out my other show here, 3 from Deep. On All NBA. My New York Knicks won tonight. There's some couple of shocking games that are going on too, so we will talk about that. I will be on the show on Saturday, 12 p.m. here on the Boom Broadcasting Network. So yeah, guys, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please do so, man. We got a lot of great content. Everybody here does a phenomenal job, and we do this because we love it. We also do it because we love you. So thank you guys very much, everybody that joined us tonight. We appreciate it, hanging out with us for 4 hours, man. Awesome. So
seriously,
much love.
Hey, watch this, guys. Hey, Luke, do you have any final final takes?
It only took you 4 hours.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for having me on. I don't have a show. I don't have a podcast or anything. I do help Aaron and Chris with football and more. Looking to get back into that. Great show tonight. Happy to be a part of it. Maybe want to look into doing my own stuff sometime soon. But Cowboys, good pick. Super Bowl champs this year. Go
Every year's got to be your year.
Sean, I'm sure you got something to say about that.
Well, like I told the pick they made, they just set themselves back 20 years for either getting to the NFC Championship game, let alone the Super Bowl. But great show tonight, guys. Truly enjoy hopping in the last part of the draft and just being able to chat it up with you guys, chopping up, talking football. I got 2 shows on Boom. It Stinks on Thursdays at 10. WOD on Saturdays at 10. WOD will be off this Saturday. We'll be back next Saturday. But definitely enjoying everything and looking forward to jumping on some more stuff with you guys, talking football. Like Jay said, fantasy football is right around the corner. Looking forward to it.
All right. Well, Aaron, do you want to shout us out?
Yeah, I'll sign us off. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Also, shout out Mike's Twitter. There are 661 of y'all watching just from his Twitter. So shout out that to the hundreds and hundreds of you that are watching. Please go subscribe to Boom Broadcasting.
Mhm.
We got a lot of great content from all these guys that are on the panel and many, many more that weren't able to make it on. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching, sticking around for this show. It has been a phenomenal time, and I hope everybody has a good rest of their night.